we are going to learn Visual Basic .NET from the very beginning. So this is the right channel that you have reached. Let's get started and start our very first step of installing the Visual Studio, which is the platform or the environment or the application that you need to start your coding. So let's get started. Go to your browser and type Microsoft Visual Studio, and this is going to give you a link which is from visualstudio.microsoft.com. Click on this link. In this link, you find something called Downloads. Click on Downloads. And here you can see Visual Studio 2022. Based on the time that you are going to open this link, you might see a higher version. That's fine. Just go ahead and click on this. Now, once you have this Visual Studio 2022, there are actually multiple versions available. Starting from the community, and then you have professional, and then you have enterprise. This comes with a free trial, but this one is completely free for you to start your learning journey. So I would recommend you to go with the community edition. I'm going to click on free download. Wait for a few seconds. And your download should begin automatically. You can see the download has started. Once the download is complete, you would find Visual Studio setup.exe. It is quite a small MB download at the beginning. All you do, simply click on this. Now you might get a prompt which says user account control. If you get it, simply hit on yes. And this is what you would see. Visual Studio installer. I'm going to minimize everything so that we just focus on this. Visual Studio installer, before you get started, we need to set up few things so that you can configure your installation. All you do, hit on the continue button here. Just wait. What it does is, first it is trying to download the entire file that is required for you to install, and then it will start the installation. Okay, it has downloaded. Now just wait for a few seconds. This is the installer. Okay, what exactly it is downloading? It is downloading the installer. Once that is complete, you would find this kind of a page where you would see workload is highlighted. If you see workload, and below that you have multiple options: ASP.NET, Azure Development, Node.js, Python, .NET, and .NET Desktop Development. So here for Visual Basic, you would be selecting this particular checkbox. Okay, .NET Desktop, and this itself is around 6.92 GB. For example, if I select this, you can see the GB is increasing. Now you can again come back and install all of them. That's not a problem. But right now for Visual Basic, what you need is this .NET Desktop Development. Just put a checkbox, and on the right hand side you can see all of the required components are by default selected. For example, the .NET Framework, Entity Framework, .NET Profiling Tools. If you do not have any knowledge around this, that's fine. Just allow as the default option. The moment you select it, it get automatically selected. Leave them as it is. Okay, now you can see it is like 7.2 GB. Again, let me uncheck it. Once again, select it. So you can see 6.92 GB. Okay, so now once it is selected, all you have to do is you can look at the location where it is installing. It is going to install under Program Files and then Microsoft Visual Studio. I will leave it as it is. In case you are interested, you can click and change the location as well. So I'm going to leave it as it is, and let me click on install. There are two options. Just click on install. Now this is going to take a lot of time. It depends on your internet speed. It is going to download almost like 6 GB, 7 GB data it is going to download. Simply wait for some time until it all completes. Once the download is complete, then the installation will automatically start. All you have to do, just grab a cup of coffee or tea and wait for it to complete. You can see the download has completed and the installation is in progress. Let us wait for some more time. You can see the installation is complete. Done installing. Now I'm going to click on OK. And here you have the option to launch. I'm going to click on launch. And you can see the Microsoft Visual Studio 2022 is trying to open. It might ask you to sign in. You can do that, or also you can skip for now. I'm going to quickly sign in. To sign in, you might require a Microsoft or Outlook email account. If you do not have, you can just skip that. In the next screen, it will tell you development settings. You have multiple options like general, JavaScript, Visual Basic, C#. Now all you do, go with the general one. If you are very specific to go with Visual Basic, you can do that, but we will be using for multiple languages. So let's keep it as general. And you have multiple options like blue, light, extra contrast. So all of these options are there. Dark is by default selected. I'll just go with the dark one, and I'm going to click on Start Visual Studio. In the next lesson, we are going to learn how to create your first project in Visual Studio. For this, I'm going to launch the Visual Studio. Once you launch it for the very first time, you would see two sections. One is the open recent. If you have created any project, if you are doing it for the very first time, it will be blank. And on the right hand side, you have got all these options. Clone a repository, open a project or a solution, open local folder, create new project. So for the very first time, what we will do, I am going to click on create a new project. Now once you have clicked on new project, this is the screen you will find. In this screen, you see there are three different drop downs available. Visual Basic. So here what you do, in this drop down, you will be selecting Visual Basic in the first drop down. Okay. And in the next drop down, you have all the different options. These are the platforms: Android, Azure, iOS, Linux, Mac OS, for which you are going to build an application. So here to start with, I'm going to select Windows. Okay, Visual Basic, Windows. And here it will give you different options. Out of this, what you do, select desktop. So what is the understanding here? I'm going to create a Visual Basic project on Windows operating system for desktop. You are going to build a desktop application. Once you select this, here you would find all different templates. Now the question is, what are these? These are actually templates which would help you to build it, to get started. You don't want to write everything from the scratch. You need certain template on which you would like to start your project. So here it will give you multiple different options. Out of this, we are going to select Windows Forms app, a project template for creating a .NET Windows Forms or WinForms app. So this is what we are going to select. Why did we apply filters? The moment you applied filter, what happens? It will show you all the required templates. Out of that, you can select one of them. Now to start with, I would recommend you to start with this template. And as the time goes, we might be using other templates as well. Right now, I'm going to click on Windows Form app, highlight. And once it is highlighted, then hit on next. Next, in the next screen, it is asking me, what is the project name would you like to give? By default, it started with a project name called WinForms App 1. But this name is not enough. You would like to give your own specific name. So let us try. I'm going to give the name as my first VB project. This is your project name. After that, the next option is location. By default, you can see on your screen, it might select a given location, which is for me C drive, users, and my username, and source and repos. What is more important as a developer, you should visit this folder location. Let's do that. Let me open the folder and go to C drive. And here I'll go to users. And then I'll go to my folder name, and here I have to look for something called source. Do you see something called source is there? I'll open that up, and inside this I have something called repos. I'll click on repos, and then this is the folder where it is going to create the project. Let's go back. So this is understood. You also have an option to change the location, but I would recommend to leave as it is. Next option is solution. Now, what is the difference between project name and solution? So solution is your main container. For example, you go to kitchen. In the kitchen, you find a box or a container having salt, another container having sugar, another container having tea, coffee powder. So these are different containers. So project is a container, and this is the place. Like kitchen is your place, inside that you have multiple containers. Similar way, solution is the main folder in which you would have your projects. So what you can do, you can rename this folder to something else. For example, I'll say solution. I'll add a word, my first VB project solution. Now look at, there is another option called place solution and project in the same directory. If you hit on check mark, look at the location here, how it appears. The location says C drive uses Rakesh source repos, my first VB project solution, and inside that the project is there, my first project. Do you see? This is the structure. Now the moment you click on this, what happens? It takes both the solution and the project as the same directory. It will have only one folder. You can either go with this option. If not, I want to have a separate one, I will simply type solution. I'll keep it separate. So this is how the location would appear. And then I'm going to hit on next. Then it is going to ask you select the framework, .NET framework. So I'll go with the latest available. With time, the framework version might be improved one. So right now we have 8.0. You can select the latest one. Just ensure it is long-term support. And then click on create. Now you will see once the Visual Studio is trying to create the project for you, you would also see behind the scene in the folder, you would also see the folder got created. Let me go back. So you can see my first VB project solution, the solution folder got created. Inside that I have got my first VB project. And then inside this, if you see, there is something called .sln. SLN stands for solution. These are all configuration or settings for the project. Currently, you don't have to worry about it. Leave everything as it is. Do not delete anything that gets auto-created by the Visual Studio application. Leave it as it is. And inside this my VB project, you can see there are bin folder, my project folder, object. These are also required for the execution of the project. So ensure none of the files you rename or change them at the moment. Leave it as it is. Now my project, if you see application designer.vb, this is the couple of files get auto created. Let's go back. Now the moment you launch the Visual Studio, you would see this is how it appears. Now sometime you might not be liking the theme of this one, because last time I have gone with dark theme. The first thing that comes to my mind, how would I change the theme to something else? Now for that you have an option called tools, and here you have something called theme option. So if you go to theme option, you can easily change it. Okay, or else you can also go to options, and under general you can also change it. Two different options. So let's do one thing. Let's select blue and click on OK. So you can see the theme has changed for me. You can see the entire theme has changed. Let's say I don't like this. Let me change to something else. Tools, and then I will change it as blue maybe. Okay. All right. So like that you can experiment which is the thing that you like. Let's say I'll go with light, click on OK. You can see how the theme is changing. Entire theme is changing. So let's stick to something. I'm going to stick to maybe the blue one. Click on OK. So this is one thing done. The moment you open for the very first time, ignore this one because I have set my desktop screen to 120% scaling just to ensure everything appears clearly. I'm going to just ignore this message. You might not get that. Now there are two different windows here. What's new and form VB1. What's new, we can go through it. Anyways, we are going to learn. I'm going to close this. This is not required at the moment. And this is how the screen would appear for the very first time. So you got a form here. Do you see there's a form? But how to work with this form? Let's see it. Now the very first thing, once you have this form, what you need is a property window. Sometimes this property window might not be visible for you. Sometimes you will not see this property window. Sometimes I also do not see a toolbox. Do you see? I don't see a toolbox. What is a toolbox? What is this property window? We will learn. But how do you have the required screens so that you can start your project? If you don't see them, in case you don't see them, what you can do is click on view, and then you have something called toolbox here. I'm going to click on toolbox. So now you can see the toolbox has appeared on the left side. What is this toolbox? Let's say I want to create a button. So if you drag and drop, you can see the button is created. So that is the use of a toolbox. And let's say you do not see the properties. This window is not there for you. So what you do, right click on it and click on properties, and automatically the property window would appear. This is how you can get the toolbox and the properties side by side. Okay, so this much is clear. Now let's see, what can I do with this? As a very first project, let's do something valuable. I have this button. Now anybody who clicks on the button, I should be able to see some message. For example, hello world. So what I will do, I'll click on this button and then I will go to the properties panel. Now the properties panel has got lot many options. Initially it might confuse you, but as you use it, you get used to them, all the properties. So do not worry about so many things here. What you do, this button, it is written as button 1. Let's learn how can I change the display here. So display means it is appear under appearance, right? You see a bold one, appearance. Under that, if you see, there's a text called button 1. I'm going to change it. For example, I will say click me. What I'm saying? Click me. So what happens the moment you have written something here and then clicked outside, you will see the text of this has changed. It is currently saying click me. Okay, next thing what I want to do, I would like to pin this probably. So I'll pin it so that it doesn't move out when I click here. It still stays on my screen. Now highlight the button again. So what we have done just now, under appearance, I have changed the text property. I would like to change the color. For example, if you see the color is coming somewhere like gray or white color, I would like to change the appearance of it. So what I will do, there's an option called first appearance. Let's see, forecolor. There's something called back color. Do you see? Let me click on this and let me see if I can choose some other option. For example, if I say active caption, you can see the button color has changed. Sometimes you might be interested to get some other color. So you can click on custom, and under custom you can select any of the color that you like to really have it. So these are the options currently provided. You can go with any of these options. Okay, so let's stick to one color at the moment. So this is the button color I have got. Now there's another important property using which we will write the code. What is the use of this? The moment somebody clicks on it, I would like to show a message, hello world, or I would like to print my name. So how do I really do it? For this, there's another property. So we have learned how many properties we have learned right now? 2 properties. Text property we have seen, and then we have seen the back color. Like that, you can experiment with all different properties we have. Now let's go scroll down, and there you would have another property called the name of the button. Okay, so let's see, allow app, data, design. Under design you have something called this one. So this name, I don't want to leave it as button 1. I would give some sensible name. For example, I'll say I'll follow some nomenclature. I'll say button, so I'll say btn underscore, and I'll say show message. I'll give some proper name. Done. So I've given the button a name. There are two things. One is a display name which says click me. The text is a display name, and the actual button name for the programming is button show MSG message. This is the programming name of the button. What do I mean by this programming name? Let me show you. What you have to do, highlight this button and double click on it. What I have to do, double click on the button. The moment I double click on the button, a code window will appear. Do you see? A code window has appeared for me. Now, what are this? Let's understand one by one. So if you see the very first line which is a public class form1, right? So this is the form1, the form which we are currently working on. So how do I go back? If you see, this is the form. So this is the form window which has opened, and here is the place where I can start my coding. So I don't need the property panel this side. So I'm going to close this. Now I can see the entire thing. Now you have the option to give some space before you write your code. You can just hit on enter and create some space. That doesn't matter. So what happened? The class has started here and the class is ending here. Do you see? The class has started for the form. The class has started here and it has ended. So what is a class? Everything we will learn. But at the moment, let's focus on few important aspects. As a beginner, you don't want to get into complexities at the moment. Let's keep it easy. So by default, this will, because you have used a template, by default, it is going to give you all these things written. You don't have to type it. So this is what has come. Now let's look at the second line. So if you see sub, the sub has started and the sub is ending. So what you have understood, the class has started here, class is ending here, the sub has started here, sub is ending here. Now what is this sub? Now the sub contains the button name. You remember we have given a specific name called button underscore show message. So the button name is appearing. After that, underscore click. So what is the meaning? What you will do with the button? You will click the button, right? So click is an event. I'm going to click on the button. So click is an event. And these are called arguments. Now, right now we are not focusing on arguments. So leave it as it is. As we proceed, we will learn about all these things. So these are the arguments you can pass it to the click event. Handles button show message dot click. So this is the method. So when you click on it, something should happen. So what should happen? So when I'm clicking on it, what I want to show a message. So what I will do, I'll just click on here, hit enter, come down. You can use the arrow buttons to come down, and I would like to write something. So the moment you write, the beauty of the Visual Studio is it is going to give you those codes automatically populated. So if you can see, the moment I typed MSG, the message box code has automatically appeared for me. Now all I have to do, you can hit on tab. Now when you hit on tab, it's quite easy, right? I don't have to write the entire word. It gives you some, it saves your time. So now I'll use parenthesis. Now what happened here, if you see, the MSG box has got an error. So this arrow, if you see the red color one, that means there's some error has happened here in the code. So let me type it again, MSG box. Okay. And in this one, I'm going to type some message. What I will type, I'll say hello world. So hello world we have typed. Now let's do one thing. Let's save this. So there are two buttons here. One is save all. Let's click on save all. Once it's done, I'm going to close this. Let the code be behind the scene. All I have to do, run this. So there is a button here. You can see my first VB project. So I'm going to run it. Okay, so the run has started. It's compiling. Wait for a few seconds. Now it is ready. The form is ready. The application is ready. Now what I will do, the moment, let me minimize everything. Okay, so the application is ready. The moment I click on this button, what I saw, a message, hello world. And the moment I click on OK, it's all done. I'm going to close this. So just now what you have done, you have created a simple project to print hello world. The very first step is achieved and you have learned so many things. Now you like to experiment few more properties. You can pretty well do it. How do you open the property panel? In case, see, the property panel is hidden right now because I had closed. So you can click on properties and the property window is back. Try to explore all the different options that you see it here. Let's learn some useful tools and options in Visual Studio. For this, I'm going to launch my Visual Studio. And once the Visual Studio is open, this is how you can open a project, or on the left hand side, you see these options. From here, also you can open your last open project. So let me use this option at the moment. The moment you do this, it brings you to the location where you have saved your project last time. Now here, if you see, I have created around 2 projects. My first VV project solution is the last project in my video. I'm going to click on this. And then you find something called my first VV project solution.sln. If you remember, the .sln stands for solution. So this is the file which binds all your codes into one. So all you have to do, simply open that one. I'm going to go back and I'm going to click on this and then click on open. The moment you do this, your Visual Studio knows which project to open, and you can see in my background, it's going to open the file. And last time, in my last video, we have seen this form that we have designed with a button. And the code behind the scene has appeared. Now here, the goal of the video is to show you some of the tools and options that you would like to use it. You need to click on Tools, and then you see Options. Let me click on Options. Last time we have learned how you can use the color theme. We have selected to dark, we have tried some of the other options that you know. For me, I do like to keep my window in the blue mode. So let me put it back to blue, click on OK. So this is of how you change the themes. But here in today's video, I'm going to show you a few more things. What is that? For example, if you see behind the scene, this is the code that we have written yesterday. What if I'd like to change the fonts, colors, and things like that? So here you have an option called fonts and colors. Let me select that. And then here, what are these? These are the keywords, right? Private, sub, as object, and sub. This is a keyword. What I'm going to do, I'm going to scroll down and look for keyword. Okay, so here you can see this has appeared, keyword. Now let's say I would like to change the color to some other color. Let's say magenta or lime color, whatever you like. You can just test it out. This all depends on a user choice. The moment I do this, you can see the color has changed. But my recommendation would be to stick to the default one. Let's say you didn't like it, you like to go back. It's quite easy here. All you do, click on Use Defaults and click on OK. It'll bring you back to the original defaults. Let's say I would like to change the font color. You have the option here as well. Let me show you some more important options. There's an option here called text editor, right? Now in the text editor, if you click on all language, in your code, by default, this code line numbers are coming 2, 3, 4, 5 like that. Let's say I do not need them. You can also go to all languages text editor and then click on OK. By doing this, the line number is gone. Sometimes you may want to get it back. It's okay. Go back to the text editor and all languages, and I'm going to enable line number, click on OK. Alright, so these are some of the options. There are actually ample of options that you would like to try with. Sometimes you would like to change the font, text and all those things, right? So last time, where did we go? We went to environment and then we went to fonts and colors, and you would like to change some of the font, that you can do it. But mono is what the default one. Let's leave it as it is. It's a personal choice. You can experiment with all these options. There's also another option. Let's say you'd like to save your project to some other location. If you click on this project and solution, and there is something called locations here. Let's say this is the project location where it is currently saving under source and repos. You would like to save it elsewhere. Here also you can ensure the project location. You can go ahead and change it. I will leave as it is at the moment because we'll be learning everything from the scratch one by one. I'm going to leave all these options as it is, but again, just letting you know these are the options. And in my last video, I also was telling you sometimes you might not see the toolbox, right? How do you get the toolbox? Click on view and then click on toolbox. And there's an option here to auto hide, or you can also, pin it. These are the options that are available, which will be quite easy. You do not see a property box. How do you get it back? Right click on it and click on property, add a button or something, some element, and then here you get the property window. So these are some of the customization. You can actually experiment, go through some of them, but ensure keeping it default is a good option. But again, if you like to change something based on your requirement, this is where you can come and make changes. Dear friends, any programming language that you learn, it is most important to understand what is a variable and how to use the variable. This is very important. Let me launch my Visual Studio. Yesterday, we have learned how do you create a project. So how do you create a project? You'll be creating a project using the create new. Now for this, we can create a new project, or you can use the previous project yesterday that you have created. I'm going to create a new project. And the moment you do it, it will ask you which template are you going to use. It is going to show you the last template you have used here. So we have used Windows Form. I'm going to select that and I'm going to hit on next. Post that, let's provide an appropriate name for this. So this is variable understanding. Now the solution name, you can keep it as it is, or you can simply say solution. It's up to you. And then I'm going to hit on next. It is going to ask me the .NET framework. As per the last selection, we have gone with the 8.0. I'll be leaving as it is and hit on create. Now you can see the black form has been created. In this one, let us drag and drop a button. Let us resize the button as per the need. Now this one, I want to see the property. I'll go to the property panel, or else let me right click and open properties. And you can pin it as you need. Now the very first thing, the button. We are going to change the text here. I will say variable demo. And the same thing is going to appear here. Now every button, there is a display and there is a design name. So here it says button 1. I'm going to change the design name to button and I'm going to say variable. Provide some appropriate name to the button. Now this is the name I'm going to use for coding purpose. Now the very first thing what we will do, we will double click on this specific button. Once you double click, it is going to show this window. I don't need the property panel. Let me hide it. Now you can see the public class form1 because our form is known as form1. This is the form. And below that, because I clicked on the button, you can see the event has appeared .click. Button you will always click, right? So the event is .click. Now let's see what we can do about this. I'm going to first of all give a little space so that it looks more neat and clean. Okay, now let's write. Now the very first thing what I will do, I'm going to create a variable. How do you create a variable? For this, the keyword that you're going to use is called dim. Now hit on tab. What this dim stands for? Dim stands for dimension. So what is the dimension is all about? Let's create a variable. Let's say I'm going to create a variable called first name as string. So that means I'm going to define a variable whose name is first name, and this is a string type. String means your text. Now what happens? What is the meaning of dim? Dim stands for dimension. So what happens? This variable is created. It's going to hold some value temporarily. Now for example, if you type A, that is a single byte. For example, I'm going to type Rakesh, R-A-K-E-S-H, there are 6 bytes, 6 characters. So it is going to hold certain characters temporarily. So dimension means we are saying in the memory, you should hold this variable temporarily with certain data. So Visual Basic is going to take care of that entirely. You don't have to worry how the memory functions behind the scene. All you need to know, dim is the keyword that you are going to use. So dim first name as string. So that means first name is a variable, and what is the type of the variable? It is a string type. Similarly, you can create integer type, boolean type. There are multiple different data types of variable which we are going to learn as we move forward. At the moment, you got an understanding. This is how you declare a variable in Visual Studio. Done. After that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to assign some value to this variable. So I'll say first, the moment you type, you will be able to see the variable appearing like this. You can hit on tab. And I'm going to give a space equals to, and I'm going to write or provide some value to it. Let's say I'm going to say Rakesh. Now what happened? The first name variable, this is the variable. Variable means it can vary, right? It can have different values. So right now I have provided the value called Rakesh. Now let me see how I can use this value. Earlier we have learned about, there is something called message box, right? We have learned about MSG box. There's also another way to do this. You can write message box. This is the class I can use. This is the keyword message box. And in the message box, once you type, let me delete, let me type it again, message box, and hit on tab. Do not hit on enter because it's going to bring the cursor down. Message box. Once you hit on tab, what do you want to do with this? So I want to type something. So I will use 2 parentheses or the brackets, and inside that I'm going to use this variable name that we have created, first name. I'm going to hit on tab. So what happened? Now I'm using the message box to show this first name. Now this message box method comes with something called show. I want to show it. So this is the new way of writing code. The other old way was also like this, right? We have seen it, message box. And then within the bracket, we can also write something like this, first name. Okay, this is another way of writing. So there are 2 ways. I will stick to the new way. This is the more advanced way of writing things. So I'm saying message box.show first name. So it is going to show me whatever data is there. I'm going to delete this in the variable. So right now, what is the data this variable contains? You can give a little space just to make it more clear. So the first name variable contains the data Rakesh. Now it is going to show. So let's run this code. I'm going to hit on this. Okay, now you can see the form has appeared on my screen, and I'm going to hit on the variable demo. The moment I hit, the message box will be shown because that is how we have programmed it. You can see Rakesh. Now let's do one thing. I'm going to stop this. Here, let's say I would like to say good morning Rakesh. So how will I do it? So for that, all you do here, use a double quote and write your sentence. Let's say good morning, right? And after that, you want to show Rakesh. So what I will do, I'll use a ampersand symbol. This is how you concatenate or join 2 different values. So good morning, and then show Rakesh. Now let's run and see how it appears. Click on variable demo, and you can see good morning Rakesh. There is a small problem. Do you see there is no space between morning and Rakesh? These are all clumsy. There's no space. So how do I avoid this? For this, what I will do, I'll simply use a space here. Pretty simple. Let's run it again. There is 2 buttons. This is a debugging mode. This is simply, let's run it without debugging. So hit on variable demo. You can see now the message has appeared properly. Good morning, space Rakesh. Clear? Now let's say you would like to add one more sentence to it. What I will do, I'll simply use another ampersand symbol, and then within double quotes, I'm going to say, how are you? This is the second message I would like to type. Now let me run it again. Click on variable demo, and you can see the message has appeared. Good morning, Rakesh. How are you? But again, there is a problem, space problem. How do I fix it? For this, all I have to do, I have to use a space before it. Let's run it again. Variable demo, and you can see this time how nicely it has appeared. Good morning, Rakesh. Now let's say I would like to have the last name also. So let's create one more variable. I will say dimension. I'll declare one more variable saying last name. Look at how I am using the variable naming convention. I'm using the Pascal case. That means every word of my variable starts with a capital letter first, and name is another word. So I'm having the N in capital. Similar way, I'm writing last name. This is called Pascal case. The standard of coding. This is one of the standard. Now I'm going to say as string. The data type of this should be string. That means it should contain the characters. So what we will do, I'm going to say last name variable equals to, and I'm going to give my last name. And how do you use it here? So to use this last name variable, I'll simply say last name tab, and again do not forget to use the ampersand symbol. Do you see how it is written? Very good. Now let's run it and see how it appears. Now you can see it has given me same good morning Rakesh Kumar. Now Rakesh Kumar is single word. How do you fix this? What do you do? Here after the ampersand symbol, I'm going to use a double quote. I'll give a space here, and after that I'm going to write ampersand symbol. So what is this? So here I am using a small space. So this is a text, right? Double quote. Within double quote you write a text like you have written how are you. Similar way I'm writing a space here. Now if you going to run, you can see it will appear very nicely. Good morning Rakesh Kumar, how are you? Let's say after good morning Rakesh Kumar you would like to put a date, put a full stop. Okay, let's do that. How I can do it? I'll put a full stop here after this one, right? Last name, I would like to put a full stop. So what I will do, you can use this one, put a dot here, and then there is a space. Do you see there is a space, single space, and you have written how are you. Let's run it. So likewise, you can experiment how you would like to really display. So good morning Rakesh Kumar, full stop, how are you? So now you have learned a couple of new techniques. How do you concatenate and how do you use a variable? So variable is nothing but it holds data in the memory for a temporary purpose. Now you would say, Rakesh, what would happen if I'm going to use these two variables and provide a different name? Let's do that. Let's copy these 3 lines. Okay, what is the meaning of variable? Variable, the value would vary every time you can put some other value to it. So let's say instead of Rakesh, I'm going to say Deepa. So what would happen in this case? Let's run it. So if you click on this, the first time it's shown a message, good morning Rakesh Kumar, how are you? Okay, you click on OK. And then the next message, if you see, it says good morning Deepak Kumar, how are you? So what is happening? The variable that you have used, that can be assigned dynamic values. So here I have put one value, and second time I'm using another value. So that way the variables can be used. So you have learned various techniques. Now there are questions. What if I'm going to copy these 2 lines and I'm going to keep it maybe at the bottom? Will it work? Will it work? No, it's not going to work. Why? Because you are using a variable before even declaring it. So if you highlight here what it says, first name as string, local variable first name cannot refer to before it is declared. Before you have created a variable, you are using it. That is not allowed. So what you have to do, you have to first declare and then use the variable. So I'll just move it to the top. Is it clear? So this is how you can do it. Now you can say, can I keep this line, the last name, before the last name is used? Is it possible? Yes, that is possible because you are not used the last name before. It runs in a sequence. first one, second line, third line, like that. So here when it comes to this line, first you are declaring and then you are using. So that will also work. Let's run it. We can see it is working without any error. However, you cannot use this one below this. See, it is giving an error here. Cannot be referred before it is declared. You getting it? So the best practice of coding is to, on the top, you declare it, so it becomes quite manageable and understandable when you are using code. When you are going to write a lengthy code, it is always a good practice to declare it on the top so that it is easy to use these variables for your programming. So there are a lot of learning happen in this video. Let's learn something new in our next video. Data types in VB.NET. For this, I have a blank form and I'm going to drag and drop a button. Let me expand this button. Now let's open the property by right-click property or from the navigation menu. Now the very first thing, what would I like to display here? Now for this, I will take an example of a iPhone, for a phone. The brand name is Apple. Model name is iPhone 16. Battery is 4500. Screen size. So these are the property of the iPhone. Price and availability. Now if you look at closely, each data is a different data type. For example, Apple is a string. iPhone 16 is a string. 4500 is a integer. 6.7 is a double. 799.99 is a decimal. And this is a Boolean value. So these are different data types we are going to learn in this video. So let's get started. I have the button. Now let's open the property panel and let's change the display text to, I would say, iPhone 16. So this is not exactly the accurate numbers, but just for learning purpose, I'm doing it iPhone 16. So I've just shown iPhone 16. So anybody clicks on this, they should be able to see the property of that iPhone, of that phone model. Okay. So here, let's double click on this. And here, if you see, the by default name has come as button. Let me just simply delete this, go back. And what we forgot, actually, we forgot to change the design name. So let's give some design name. I would say iPhone 16 properties. And because it is a button, I would simply say BTN, button. And I'll start with capital. Let's say P small. So iPhone 16 properties. This is the name I have given. You can choose your own name. And let's double click. Now you can see the name has properly appeared here when you double click to open the code window. Let's provide some space just to ensure it looks more clear. Done. Let me open up the notepad where I have written all the things. So what is the first thing is the brand. So what kind of a data type it is? It is a string data type. So let's create some variables. So I'll say dim, that means dimension, and let's provide a name of the variable. So here I am saying brand. So brand is a string type. So I'll start with str, which stands for string. You can give your own ways, but I would follow this practice, and brand as string. So this is the first variable I have created. Next, let's create the second string variable, which is your model, right? I'll say string model as string. Clear? Now let's assign some value to this. For example, string brand, I'm going to assign a value. So is equals to, when it is string, you would write in double quote. So I would say Apple, and then string model is equals to, and I'm going to say iPhone 16. So both string values are there. Now if you have to display, how would you display this? If you have to really display this, how would you display? Simply you will say message box dot show, and in the bracket you would write the very first variable, which is string brand, right? And then you will use an ampersand symbol and then create some space by writing a double quote, and then again use an ampersand symbol, And then let's write the second one, string model. So both the things we have got it. Now let's go back to the form and let's run this. So when you run this, this is how it will open, and I'm going to click on iPhone 16 and we can see it said Apple iPhone 16. So both the values are displayed. That means our data type is correct and the code is written correctly. Let's think about the other options. So this too is covered, both are string type. Now we are going to learn about the next data type, which would be an integer type. So I'm taking imaginary values here. This may not be appropriate for iPhone 16. This is just the imaginary numbers I'm taking. Now let's write or create the variable. So what should be the variable name? So dim, it's supposed to be integer kind. So I would say integer battery as integer. So this is the data type. Tab, let's come down and let's write a value to it. So I would say integer battery tab is equals to, and let's provide some value. So if it is an integer, you don't use a double quote. Clear? Now let's go up. What is the next thing we would like to show? The next thing that we would like to show is the screen size, which is 6.7, which is more like a decimal. But I would introduce you to one more thing, which is called double, decimal. These are the floating points, or the anything which has a decimal value, right? 0.7, 0.6891. So anything which has a decimal value, how do you write it? So here I would like to show screen size. So there is a variable or data type called double. So double screen size as double. There is also something called, for price we can use the decimal. So what is the difference between this? So let me first write decimal and I'm saying price as decimal. So what is the difference between this double and decimal? Let's understand. So double means double has a precision. After dot, it can handle up to 15 to 16 points. 15 to 16 digits it can handle. Post your point. And the price can handle around 28 to 29 digits. So it has the decimal has a higher precision, which can handle 28 to 29 digits, and double can handle around 15 to 16 digits. So when it comes to price, you need more precision. So this is higher precision, okay? Higher precision. So decimal has a higher precision. So that's why when it comes to price, we generally go with the decimal data type. And if it is a screen size, right, we go with a double. So double has less precision and decimal has higher precision. Otherwise, both serve the similar purpose. All right, so we have got this, and there is another one called availability. So this is a Boolean data. So let's create a Boolean data. Boolean means true and false. So I would say Boolean, and then I would say availability as Boolean. Okay, so what are the different data types we have learned so far? String we have learned, integer we have learned, double we have learned, decimal we have learned, Boolean we have learned. Now it is time to provide some value to them. Let's assign the value to the screen size, for example. So I will take the name of the variable, how you have named it, dub, and then you have written screen size tab is equals to 6.7, let's say. I'm just taking some imaginary numbers that may not be exactly right. Then let's write December price. Decimal price. So decimal is, I would give some price like 799.99, let's say. And then next variable is availability. I'll take this tab equals to, and I'm going to write true. So you can see the difference. Only in the string we are using double quote. Rest of the data type we didn't use a double quote, including the Boolean. Clear? Now it is time to show all of this in that message box. So what generally you would do, you will copy this ampersand and space, give a space, paste it, and then start writing all the variables that you have created. So string model is done. Now let's write integer battery, int battery. Okay, then again paste it. Next write screen size, that means double. Right, screen size tab and paste it. What is the next thing we will write? The price, that means decimal price, DEC, price, tab, space, and paste. Next is bool availability, right? So I'll say space and then write bool availability tab. So we have written almost everything. Now the problem here is, you can see the code has become a little lengthier. I have to go to the right by going by using this scroller. Now how to fix that, I'll show you. I'm going to run this now. iPhone 16. Now you can see all the values are appearing properly without any problem. But the problem is not exactly in the code readability, right? How the code is now coming. So what I can do, after the ampersand, you can use a underscore. Underscore you use and hit on enter. Look at it. After the ampersand, let's say I want to bring this down, I'll use a underscore before the variable and hit on enter. Getting it? And that ampersand symbol, that underscore symbol, after some time it will automatically disappear. You can see it has disappeared. Okay, give it some time, it will disappear. Now even you run it now. Okay, if you run it now, again the values are coming. Now what is the next thing you probably would like to get is, instead of that output message coming in single line, you would like to write that in one below the other. So what is that you have to write? So instead of this space, right? So what I will do, I'll use a code. The old code was VV new line. Okay, this was the old code, old way of writing. Now if you highlight, it says deprecated. That means this code is no more in use. You can still go and use it. If you run it, it will still work. For example, if I run this, you can see Apple has written on the top line and then rest of the things written in the second line. So this will still work, but this is deprecated. So what is the new code then? So the new code is environment dot new line. This is the new code. Now if you run this, it will again serve the similar purpose. So if you run this, you can see Apple has come on the top, rest of the lines has come at the bottom. Okay, so it is working perfectly fine. Now all you have to do, let's copy this from here to here maybe, or maybe just this. And I'm going to replace this double quote with a space with this one. Okay, all looks good. Now let's run it. I'm going to click on the button and you can see all the output, how it has appeared. Apple, iPhone 16, right? All the things has appeared like this, one below the other. So these are some of the data types that you have learned. What are the data types? String you have learned, integer you have learned, double you have learned, decimal you have learned, boolean you have learned. Only the string goes with a double quote. Rest of the things doesn't require a quote. Right? And how do you write a message box one below the other you have learned, and how you can use an underscore to bring your code down. So this entire thing will be considered as one line of code because we have used an underscore and hit on enter and brought them down so that the readability of the code becomes much easier. Input box. How the input box works in VB.NET? Let's learn in detail. We are going to learn how to design a form something like this, where customer can type their data into the input box, and the moment you submit, it should be able to show the details. Your email ID so and so. So this is how the design can be done using VB.NET. Let's see how this design can be achieved. First of all, I am on the blank form. The very first visual element that you need is a text box. So what we will do, simply type text in the toolbox and drag and drop 3 text boxes for our design. And then the next thing that you need is a label. So what do? Drag and drop labels into your form. And the next element that you need is a button. So drag and drop the button. Now the most important part, we have to align everything properly. So what do? simply select all the three text boxes. What I'm going to do, I'm going to first increase the length of them and then click on format, and there is an option called align, and I'm going to click on left align. So what happened, you can see everything is now aligned. Same thing for the labels. I'm going to select all the three labels, click on format, align, left align. Now what I will do, I'm going to select this three things and I'm going to keep it somewhere near here. Okay, now let's align these things properly. So what I will do, first of all, let's change the labels. Okay, I'll open the property panel and pin this property and label. So what is the first one? Let's enter first name. So you can simply say first name. And because in my design, I am not going to use the name of the label, so I'm going to not change anything. I'll simply leave it as it is. But as a best practice, you can go and change the name at the design property. So I'll leave it as it is. And I'm going to only type the text. First name has appeared. Now for the second label, let's change it to last name, last space name. And same thing you could do for the first one, first space name, because these are not the variables, these are just the display things, right? How it will appear in the form. And the third one, I would make it as email ID. Okay, now what we will do, we'll keep this and you can follow along the line and you can set them appropriately. Okay, done. Now what I want all this to be properly aligned. Format, align, left. It's all good. And this button, let's name it. The text to appear is submit. That looks fine. If you want, you could slightly increase the size, something like this. Okay, and I want to keep it here. Now I will select all these elements and click on format and click on I want to keep it center in the form horizontally. We can see it has moved. Same thing, I want to again click on format, center in form vertically. So now what happened? The entire design has appeared at the right place. Okay. Next thing, these are the text boxes where the user can type. I'm going to select the first one, and here there is a design, right? For this design property, what you do, you need to change this to a right variable so that you can identify which text box is this one. So I will simply say txt box. I'm going to use Pascal case, text box, txt box, and I would say first name, every word of the variable starting with a capital letter. Similar way, I'll select the second one and I'm going to say txt box, last name. And the third one, I'm going to simply say txt box, email ID. Is it clear? So this is how I have given all the names to the variables. Even for the button, let's change the design name. So what we will say, button submit. Okay. So now once you have designed everything, all you do, your code has to happen when you hit on submit, something has to show. So what you will do, you will double click on the button, not on the text boxes or on the labels. Rather, you would double click on the button. So the moment you double click on the button, what happens is this window would come. I'm going to minimize or hide the property panel. And you can see private sub button submit click. When you are clicking on this submit button, when you click on it, then what you want the program to do? That is the question. Very good. So now we have come here. I'm going to create some space so that it looks a little clean. Okay. Now, what are the three things that you are asking? The first name you are asking, last name you are asking, email ID you are asking. So first of all, let's create some three variables. I'll say dim. I'll create a string variable called first name as string. Enter. Dim string last name as string again. Dimension string email as string. Pretty simple. So you have created 3 variables. Now how we will assign the values to the variable? Let's take the name of this variable string. First name is equals to, so the first name, in which text box are we entering? The first name, if we go to the design, we are entering in this one. If you see, what is the design name? The design name of this button is text box first name. Similar way, this is text box last name, and this is email ID. Right? These are the 3 names. We'll go back and let's write the text box which contains the value, which will contain the value during runtime when you are running the program. So the name starts with text. So if you see, the moment I'm typing txt, all of this button names are appearing one by one. Let me select this one and hit on tab. Dot, you have to use a method. This is a method. This is a property of that text box, text. That means we are simply saying, if somebody is entering some value, some text here, you assign that value to this variable. Okay. Now the same thing we are going to continue for the second variable, which is last name, tab equals to txt box, and I'm going to select the last name text box, hit on tab, and then simply say text, hit enter. Clear? Now let's use the provide some value to the email variable. So I will say string email equals to, then let's take the name of the email ID text box, hit on tab, and dot text. So what is happening now is, all these text boxes that is there in the design, in the form, whatever values are there, whatever text will be typed, it is going to assign it to the variables. Okay, it has assigned the values. Now what you would like to do? You would like to show a message maybe. So I would say message box. This is the new way of typing message box dot show. Okay, this is the new way of showing the message box. And in the bracket within double quote, I am going to write something different. So what I'm going to write here, message box show, and I'm going to first use the variable which is, I will say hello, give a space, and use a ampersand symbol, and use string first name. That means hello. If I'm entering Rakesh, this is hello Rakesh with a space, right? I've given a space here, and then ampersand. Then I would like to type, I would like to give another space by writing a double quote and space. And I'm going to write ampersand. Ampersand is nothing but concatenation. We are joining one variable. And then here I'm saying string last name tab. So what is happening now? Hello Rakesh space, and then it will say Kumar. Let's say I'm typing the last name, and then I'll say ampersand, and within double quote I will write, I'll put a comma after that name, it will give a comma, then a space, and it should say your email ID is, okay, and then give a space, and then after this you have to write a ampersand. Okay, within double quote I'm just writing a sentence. Okay, within double quote whatever you type, it is going to appear, ampersand, and then I want to show the email ID. So in email ID is in which variable? In str email, right? So I'll simply hit on tab. So now you can see the entire code is written. Now I have shown you, whenever your code becomes very lengthy, what you do after ampersand, let's say I'm going to keep my mouse cursor here, and I'm going to use an underscore and hit on enter. So what happened? The underscore would automatically disappear, and then your code will also not give any kind of a problem. Simple. So this is what I'm typing. Now I think the coding is done. Let's go ahead and run this. Let's save it and run it. So you can see the box has appeared, and I'm going to type, let's say Rakesh Kumar, and I'll give some false email ID @test12345.com, for example, and now I'm going to hit on submit. So what happened here? The entire output has come. hello Rakesh Kumar, your email ID is with a space Rakesh Kumar test1234.com. Click on OK. Now if I type Ramesh for example, or let me say type Deepak for example, hit on submit. You can see the new value has been taken. Hello Deepak Kumar, your email ID is whatever it is, right? Based on the value you are providing, it is appearing. Now the question that comes to your mind, why these values are not getting cleared? You can see the same value is still there. How can I clear these values? Okay, no problem. Let's do that. So how will you clear? So remember, this is the property, right? Text box first name, text box last name dot text. This is what shows the text. So I'll simply copy paste these three codes. Okay, and here what I'm going to do, I will simply say equals to, and within double quote I don't want to give any value. So this is what I'm doing it. I'll copy it, paste. So now what happened? All the text boxes has appeared, but again this text boxes dot text will get a blank value. There's no value. So all these text boxes will have a blank value. So that means I'm clearing. Now let me run it. Let me save it and run it and show you exactly what happens. For example, let's write some other name. For example, I'm going to write let's say Shreya. Okay, and then I'm saying Kumar, and then shk at the rate test123.com, something I written. Now the moment I hit on submit, what happens? The value has appeared. Hello Shreya Kumar, your email ID has come. Now it is running. The message box is currently running. The moment you click on OK, these three lines will run. Now I'm going to click on OK. The message box line is complete. Now what happened? This three executed, and you can see the entire data has been cleared from the text box. So this is another way of clearing a text box. Okay, this is a way to clear your text box values that is entered by the customer. So thank you for learning. We are going to learn many things. Continue to follow the series and do type completed as and when you are completing any content in my channel. Simply say completed. That gives a sense of completion, and that gives, let me know that you guys are actually going through the videos and you are actually completing them. So please do comment completed. I love to see them in the comment section. VB.NET list box. You can see on my screen, I have list box. In the list box, for example, if I select the game that I play, for example, I'll say cricket, and if I hit on this button, you can see it has come. If I click once again, there are two times. Let's say I would like to remove it. So this is how we can add the different things that are there in two list boxes. From this list box is coming to this list box. How this can be designed, and overall how these values can be used when you hit on submit, those values, how it can appear, I'm going to show you in this video. Alright, so the very first thing that you need is the toolbox. In case you do not see the toolbox, you know how to enable it from here. Now in the toolbox, I'm going to first pin the toolbox, and let's look for something called list box. So I'll say list, and you can see the list box has appeared. All you have to do, simply drag the list box. So for our example, how many different list boxes I need? 2 list boxes. And then I need label. These are the design elements. Let us first drag and drop, and then we would do the coding. Now for this one, let's say a person is entering his first name, last name, email ID, and then he's selecting a game. I would like to show what game he has selected. Okay, and then a couple of more design elements that you need is a button. So I'm going to place some buttons, some 2 buttons I'll place in between. Okay, let's align them properly. Maybe I'm going to keep it one here, maybe one here. This list box slightly, I'll drag it. Okay, so the design element is ready. Now what we need the property box. Let's pin this. Let's select the first label. So here I would like to show the games. So I'm going to say select games. So this is the design name. I would like to actually change the text name. So what I will do, okay, I will leave the label as it is. In the text property, I'm going to say select games. Fine. So now it has appeared. Now here I would like to show certain games. Some of the name of the games I am going to type it. So for this, the property where you would like to add this things called items. Do you see items? And here is the item button. I'm going to click on this particular 3 dots. And all you have to do, pretty simple, simply start writing. Let's write the first game as cricket. Then I'm going to say football. Then I'm going to say basketball. Okay, anything of your choice, you can write them. And then what else? Maybe handball, right? So I'm writing few game names here. And I'm going to click on OK. The moment you do this, now if you simply run this code, what happens? All the things that is going to appear here in the list. Okay, now let's see how it works. For example, you saw how the items can be populated. Similar way, here, this particular list box, let's change the name, okay, the design name or the element name. Instead of saying list box, I will say list or list box. Let's give some short name. Let's say LST box. And what is the name? Select games. Do it pretty slowly so that you understand what you are doing. Now list box select games. This is the name of the list box. Now let's simply work on the label 5. So here I would say selected games. Once is select games, the other one I'm saying selected games. Fine. And I'm not going to change the design name. I will leave it as it is because in the code I may not use that. For the list box, for the second list box, here let's change the design name. So I will say LST box, list box, and I will say selected games. So now we have named all the things. Now this button, how it appears, it is written button. So what I will do, instead of saying button, I'll use maybe double arrows. That means you select here something and then click on this, it will come here. And in this one, I'm going to change this text property to the back arrows, something like this. Done. Now what happens? If a person selects something from this item, it should get added in the runtime if he clicks on the button. So the button, when he clicks, it should get added. So where you should write the code? For the button, you have to write the code. I'm going to double click on the button now. Okay, so once I have double click on the button, I don't need this property box. Let me hide this. I don't need the list box at the moment. Let's hide it. So anyone who clicks on that button, then it should go to the right side. So that means what I should use is the name of that list box. So list box selected. Okay, use the sentence. See, you can see selected games and select games. So selected games is the right side box. List selected games dot items. You should show the items. How? You should add the items. From where you should add the item? From the first list box. So I'll say list box select games. So anybody clicks on this, right? Control G, let me do it. Let me type it again. List box select games, right? So hit on tab, do not hit on enter because that will go down. Dot selected item. So anybody who is using the first list box where you are selecting some item, whatever is selected there, if somebody clicks on the button, then you should add into the right side box. So how it works, let me show you. Let me save this and let me run the code. Okay, for example, I'm selecting football. The moment I'm going to click on it, you can see it has come here. So it is going to add into the right side box. Getting it? So now let's close this. Let's understand once again what I did. So I went to the form design. So this box has a property whose name is LST box selected games. Selected games. Here it is list box select games. So only the difference is ed, right? So what is the code we have written? We have written list box selected games, which is currently blank, dot items dot add. What you should add? Anybody who's using the left side box, list box select games, whatever he has selected, you should add it. That is the meaning. Similar way, if someone clicks on this button, then you should remove it. So again, double click on this second button. And you can see you have got a private sub and end sub, and within that you have to write the code. So how we should write, from where it should remove? Again, from the right side list box you have to remove. So I'm going to use this, and instead of saying add, here I'm going to say remove. Pretty simple, remove. It's more like an English language, right? Add, remove, items you add, like that. So remove, tab. So what I should remove? Whatever is selected in the right side box, you should remove, right? If I want to remove something, I should select in the right side box and then remove it. So all you have to do this time, you have to use the list box selected games, the right side box name. Okay. So do not hit enter. I list, once again, let me type LST box selected games, hit on tab, dot selected item. Whatever is selected on the right side box, if he clicks on this button, it should get removed. So I would use selected item, hit on tab. Pretty simple code. Now let's save this code, and I'm going to run the code now. Let's see what happens. So for example, I'm going to select, let's say, handball. I'm going to click on this button. It is getting added. Let's say by mistake I clicked a couple of times. Then what I will do, I'll select this item and I would like to remove. I'll click on this button. I'd again select one more item and hit on remove. So you can see how nicely it is getting removed. Let's say I'm going to fill the form. I will say first name Rakesh, last name Kumar, email ID, let's say rk@test. Okay, I'll put some number @.com. Now what I want, when anyone clicks on the submit button, currently it is programmed, the submit button is programmed to show, hello Rakesh Kumar, your email ID is this. Let's say I would like to say, and you like the game handball. Whatever the value is here, I would like to show that, okay, the value here is handball. So this is the value, it should automatically come. So how should I do it? So what I will do, I'll click on OK. Stop this and let's program this. So first of all, this program has to be done within this private sub of submit button. So here you have to write the program. First of all, let's create a variable. So what variable shall I create here? Dim, it's a string variable. So I'll say string selected game as string. So I'm creating just a variable. Now, how do you assign a value to the variable? Now let's use this variable that we have created, str selected game equals to. Now there will be slightly complicated. If you look at the form, this will be slightly complicated. Now remember, when you are selecting multiple items by using this arrow button and it is appearing in the selected games, now this we have to learn the looping concept. You loop through the items and then you show the items. That we will learn slightly at a later stage. At this moment, we'll just show whatever is highlighted in the first one, in the first select games field. For that, I'll go back to the code, and here the first box name is LST box select games. Whatever is highlighted there, I'm going to show that, and I'm going to say dot selected item. Okay. And then all you have to do, I have written a small sentence here, and you would like to play ampersand this variable I'm using so that it appear as a message box. Let's save this, and I'm going to run the code. Okay, let's write some names. Let's say I'm writing Deepak, Kumar @ some numbers.com, let's say, for example. This is a false email ID. I'm just writing it. Now let's say I'm going to select football. Okay, and I'm going to hit on submit. What happens now is, hello Deepak Kumar, your email ID is so and so, and you would like to play football. So this is appearing. But what is the problem here is, if I'm going to select another item now, so selected games are football and basketball. Now if I again try to submit, let's write some other name, Rahul Kumar @ something, right? Just for testing purpose. Now if I hit on submit, what happens? It only shows what is highlighted here, but it doesn't show football and basketball. So this you have to learn the looping concept as we slowly move forward, not at this stage. As we go forward, we'll go through the looping, for each loop, and all those loops we will learn. That time we will understand how that happens. So at the moment, now you have got a lot of concepts on how to use list of games. VB.NET debugging feature. So this is the earlier code that we have done in the previous video. Let's go back to the code window. In this code window, let's understand what are the debugging features available. Now for this, the very first thing what I'm going to do is going to remove a method and deform it. So if you see, the method is actually .text. I'm going to remove the T. And here also I'm going to remove the, for example, remove the bracket. So what happens by default, if your code is wrong, VB.NET is going to give this red line that you see on my screen. Even here, if you see, there is a red line. However, there is a feature. What you do, go to this debug option. Click on window, and here you have an option called output panel. Simply click on this output panel. Now what you do, let me start running this. The moment you do this, it tells you there were build errors. Would you like to continue and run the last successful build? That means it might go back to the previous version if you click on yes. So be careful. So here I don't want to go to the previous version of my code. Rather, I'm going to click on no, and I'm going to fix it. The moment you do so, it's going to tell you the number of errors your code has. For example, here if you see, it indicates you there is an error TEX is not a member of text box. So if you click on this one, for example, you can see my mouse pointer could be here. I go to the output panel and let me run it again. No. And the moment I'm going to click on this, it is going to, if you double click, it will automatically bring your mouse cursor to this one, wherever the error is. What I'm going to do, I'm going to fix the first one. Fine. Now let's debug this once again. No. And here there's still one more error. If you double click on this, it's going to take you to this one. So here also there's a problem. I'm going to close the problem. So I'm going to solve the problem. So now if you're going to run, your code is going to run as expected. So this is the first feature. By the way, the moment you get a red mark, right, that indicates you because there is a problem. So on the go, on the fly, you can go ahead and continue to correct your code as you are coding it. If you find a red mark, that means there is an indicator something is wrong with the code. This is one feature. There is another feature called debugging. Okay, for example, I would like to apply a breakpoint. So what does that means? Okay, so here I have designed a form. People are going to enter the values. Before they hit on submit, all these values should be shown. Now, is it really working or it doesn't work? I need to debug it. For this, let me go back to the code window. And in the code window, let's apply some breakpoints. So how do you apply breakpoints? Do you see on the left hand side, there's a small gray icon, gray bar. And on this one, all you have to do is simply click once. The moment you click, there is a breakpoint. So what does it do? What is the breakpoint meaning? Let's understand. You will see two different buttons. One, if you keep your mouse, it might say without debugging, run without debugging. This is the first option, and there's a second option which will say simply run it without, right? This is without debugging, this is with debugging feature. So you need to click on the very first run button. I'm going to click now. So what happened when the code would run, the code is going to load the form. So the form is open here. Now it is asking me to enter the first name. Let me enter first name as John. Okay, and I would give the last name as William, and let me type some email ID. Okay, I'm just typing some fake email ID, and let me select some game. Let's say football is interested in. Let's say I've typed the football twice. Let me select and remove it. So I've done certain actions on the application. Now, if you see, where did I apply the breakpoint? Anytime you are clicking on the submit button, that time it is not going to execute and show the message. It is going to, you can literally understand how the values are coming. I'm going to hit on submit now. I'm going to hit on submit now. The moment I hit on submit, you see here your execution has paused. Generally, if you don't apply a breakpoint, it will never pause. It will continue and show you the output. But here, if you see, it has paused at the place where I have applied a breakpoint. Now, what should I do? What is the use of this? Now, look at it. There's another debugging panel called local. You may not find this. If you do not see it, what you do, go to debug and click on window. And here you would find an option for local. Do you see? So if you click on this, this window would appear for you. Imagining you have this window on your screen. Now, if I'm going to execute next, so here it has paused. So how do I execute? Now for this, here there are three buttons, small buttons. Do you see? And if you keep your mouse on top of them, the first one would say step into. Step into. And the second one would say step over. And the third one will say step out. These are the three buttons we have. Step into, step over, step out. We will slowly understand all this feature as we move forward in this series. However, let's understand what this do. The very first button, step into. I'm going to click on this button, the very first button, okay? The moment I clicked, what happened? The execution arrow from here, it directly jumped here because this declaration of the variables is done, and then it directly came here. So what is happening? Here it is saying text box first name dot text. What does that mean? In your form, the very first text box that you have, whatever values that you have entered here, that value I am going to place it in this variable. Now I'm going to step into. Step into means one step at a time. It is going to enter into that and then execute one step at a time. So you can see it has paused again here. Now let me hit enter. And in the locals panel, if you see, the first name value is nothing now. Nothing, 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 nothing. Let me hit on step into once again. So what happened? The 11th line, the 11th code has been run. Because it has run, you remember in the form we have entered the value John. Now here if you see, the first name now has the value called John. Clear? Now where exactly it is now? In the 12th line of the code. String last name is equals to. Now it is not executing, it has paused. It stopped there. The moment I am going to hit on step into, that means one line at a time I am debugging. I am checking whether the values are coming properly or not. Let me hit once again. Now what happened? The 12th line got executed. In similar way, the last name variable, string last name, now has a value called William. Getting it? Similar way, let me execute once again. Email, now email got executed. Now the email value has come. So where these values are coming from? The form that we have entered. In the user interface, in the form, we have entered the values initially. Those values are coming when, so it is showing you behind the scene how one line of code is getting executed, and if there is any problem you can rectify it here. Let's say next thing that's going to execute for example, I don't need John Williams here. Okay, the email is slightly wrong. For example, I would like to edit this value. You can do edit of the values on the go. For example, William, there is he has a number here. I forgot to enter. So I am entering the value here. 1, 2, 3. I'm changing the value here in the locals panel. Now, once I've changed, let me hit on step into. So where for which value I have changed? The email value have changed. Let's hit next. So this code got executed. So the string selected game is football, right? We have selected football. Now I'm going to hit on step it to. Now the message box is going to execute. Look at this. Now the message box is going to execute. And one more thing you will also find, if you keep your mouse pointer in these variables, you would also see their new value. So the value we have changed, John.William123, even that is appearing. Let me hit on step into once again. So now is when the message box has actually executed. Generally in this form, the moment you hit on submit, it executes. And if you see, hello John William, your email ID is johnwilliam123. It is not getting this value which doesn't have 123 because I have changed the value in the locals panel. Even that is appearing in the message box. So on the fly, on the go, while the code is running, you also have the option to change the values of the variable at the right time. Now I'm going to click on OK. So what happened? Now it is going to execute the line number 22. So what is the meaning of this line? It is going to clear the values that is there in the text box, right? So whatever values you have entered previously, it is going to clear them, cleared, and now this entire thing is complete. Okay, now let's hit on step into next. So now what happened here? Already you have entered a value called football. So it is asking you to probably, let me select basketball now. I've entered. So what is the value that I have selected now? Basketball. Let me step into. And if you see, the basketball value has come when you highlight. Okay. So similar way, what exactly is happening for each variable? It tells you what is the value it has got. Let me remove basket. Let's say football. So now if I execute this line, so this arrow means it is about to execute when you hit step into. It got executed. Now the line number 34 is going to executed. Now what was the value of this? Right, it has been removed, right? Dot remove. So it has been removed. So here in the locals panel also you can follow the values. Okay, done. And after that I'm going to stop it. So what this debugging is doing, you can exactly see how the entire code is running. Let's say you have written a complex code and you would like to see how the values are passing properly or not, is the things are happening properly or not. So you can exactly examine each point at a time. That is the helpful thing when you really write a complex code. This debugging features helps you to identify the problems in the logic, problems in the code. It helps a lot while you progress in the programming language, right? Any programming language would have a debug option, and this is in the VB.NET. So I hope you have got a clarity of the debug options. There are actually many things around the debug. As we proceed further, we would be covering as we need. We are going to cover those options whenever the situation comes. I'm going to show you all other different options that will be useful to learn in terms of the debugging feature. I'm going to show you in my upcoming videos as necessary. So let's move forward and move on to the next topic. Adding two numbers in VB.NET. Here is a quick demo what we are going to learn in this video. For example, let me enter two numbers 50 and I'm entering another number 60 and I'm going to hit on calculate. And you can see the value has appeared. How to design this text box size? If you see, it is bigger than the other two. How can you modify the properties? And you can see the output is coming in bold and appearing in the center align of the text box. How all these things can be done, we are going to learn in this video. Alright, first of all, as always, you have to bring the design elements. So what are the design elements you need? You need a text box. So let's drag and drop. You need around 3 text boxes. So I'm going to first drag and drop the text boxes. Next, what you need? You need labels. So I need, for the first number, I need 1. And for the second number, I need 1. and then what you need is a button. Let me drag and drop a button, and this we would now rename. So we got all the elements. Now the first thing what we will do once the elements are there, let me close the toolbox, and here I'm going to drag this and align them wherever I need. Okay, and the labels I'll keep it here. First of all, let's name the labels to start with. So the text label for this one would be first, or you can say number 1, and for this one I'm going to change it number 2. So I have got 2 numbers now. Next thing, for the button, now this button I would like to name it as sum, right? And then the design name of the button I'm going to keep it as BTN button, and then I'm going to say sum. Okay, got it. Now the text box, let's look at the first 2 text boxes. This text box, let's change the design name of the text box to txt box, and I would say number 1. Let me copy this. Now let's highlight the second text box and simply paste it and change the number to 2. So this is, the first one is 1 and this is text box number 2. Now the next element is the text box where you would like to show the output. Now this text box, I would like to make it slightly bigger. For this, highlight the text box, go to the property, and there is an option called multi-line. There's a property called multi-line. What do you do? First, I'm going to change this to true. So once you do this, it will allow you to increase the height. Otherwise, it won't allow you to increase the height. The button sum also I'm going to slightly increase it so that it looks bigger. And now I'm going to increase this one slightly like this. Let's change some color. So the back color, let me change and put it to some other color. Maybe this one. Okay. Now what I want, when it's typing the text, I want the text to be slightly bigger. Now for that, there is something called font property. I'm going to click on this 3 dots, and here I'm going to make it maybe bold, and then make the size of the text maybe 16. Okay, and click on. All right, you can also select different fonts, whatever you like. I'm going to keep it as it is. Next thing I want, when the text writes, it should not align to the left, but it should appear in the center. For that, there is another property called align, text align. Okay, so here in the text align, I'm going to make it to center. So I have set all the properties of the different boxes. Now it is time to code. So where would you be writing the code? Here. All right, even the sum, let's say I would like it to make it slightly bold. I can do that. Let's select this maybe, and maybe click on OK. See how it appeared? You want to increase the font size. Let's make it to 12. Okay, so this is how it has appeared. So it's up to you how you'd like to design it. Now once this is done, very important part is the writing the code inside it. I'm going to double click on this button and start writing the code. So what you need some variables to store your number 1, number 2 and the sum, their output. Now for that, I'm going to create certain variables. I would say let's create some space so it's look neat and clean, and then start writing. Hit enter here and start writing your code. So the very first thing, let's define some int variables. So the very first variable I am going to create is dim. It's an integer variable. I'm going to say int number 1 as integer, tab. Next, dim int capital number 2 as integer, tab. Okay, and next thing you want to store the output, right, the result. So I will say dim int sum as integer. So I've created 3 variables now. Now the very first thing what you have to do, you have to assign the values to the first variable number 1, what it should contain. So what it should contain, whatever the value during the runtime user enters in the text box number 1, that should be entered here. So what do you do? Just type the name and then simply say dot text tab. Okay, similar way, let's say integer number 2, the next variable tab equals to txt box number 2. Use your arrow button, hit on tab and then write text. So now what happens, both the variables will catch the value that is there during the runtime in the text box number 1 and number 2. After that, you would like to create the sum. So the sum, you would like to store it in the variable int sum. Integer sum equals to, so what is the value you would like to, how will you get it? Simply sum, adding the sum of both the variables. So I'll say int number 1, right, and then use a plus sign and then say int number 2, hit on tab. Clear? So this is going to get me the sum value. So you can do sum, you can do subtraction, division, multiplication, all the things, the same rule applies. Now once you have this, the next thing what I would like to show this output in this box. This is where I would like to show the output. So how you pass the output to this box? Okay, now this is a text box, right? So I would say txt. So did we name the text box? I think we didn't name this text box. Let's go down and I'm going to say txt box sum, text box sum. Okay, now let's go back to the code and simply type that txt box sum, which is going to appear automatically, and do not hit on enter. The moment you hit on enter, what happens? I have this mistake. I will hit on enter, till the arrow comes down. So hit on tab. Text box sum is equals to, right? So what exactly you would like to show it here? So dot text, you have to use the method called dot text tab equals to, what you would like to show here? I would like to show int sum. Did you see the code? Pretty simple. Text box sum dot text is equal to int sum. That means it's going to show that value over there. Pretty simple code. Now let's execute the code. Looks everything fine. Let's save it and let's run the code. Okay, so let's enter some value here. Let me enter 50 and let's enter 50 and hit on sum. The moment I execute this button, the output 100 has come at the center. Do you see? Similar way, I would like you to design it for multiplication, create some multiple buttons, subtraction, division, right? Basic calculation. You create certain buttons and create those calculations. So instead of sum, you can use a plus sign and all these things you can design. So let me know in the comment section how many of you were able to complete this exercise, creating the sum, subtraction, multiplication and division. Comments in VB.NET. Now here is a sample code that I have on my VB.NET. How do I write comments? There are multiple ways. The old way was to write something like this, rem, remark, and then I can say this program is for adding two numbers. This is one way of writing comment, but the mostly used way to write comment is not by remark, just using a apostrophe. I'm going to use a single apostrophe, and this is how you write it. This program is for adding two numbers. If you would like to write multiple comments, for example, here I would like to write a comment. I would say these are the variables to hold values entered by user. So I'm writing a comment like this. You can also write a comment something like this. For example, this is to hold the second value. Now when you write a comment, what happens? This line after apostrophes, this is something will be ignored during runtime. For example, if I run this program and I'm going to, let's say, type 20 plus 30, and I'm going to hit on sum, it is giving 50. So you can see there's no impact to the program when you write this way. If you do not use the apostrophes, you can see it will give an error. Do you see? This line is started giving error. So let me do a Control G and get it back. This is one way. Let's say you would like to, there is another way I will show you. For example, I'm going to highlight this line by keeping the mouse cursor here in this space. And then let me stop the program first. Let me highlight this. And then there is a button here. You would find a button here in the main screen. There's a button here which would say comment out the selected lines using Control K, Control C. Uncomment the selected lines using Control K, Control U. So this is how, for example, if I hit on this button, it will work. Or else you can also use the, if you want to undo, you can do that. You can also use Control K or Control C to even do that using your keyboard. Control C or Control K. You can try that. So these are the ways. Let's say I want to remove this. Undo. Okay, this is how you do it. For example, during your programming, many times, let's say I don't want to use a specific variable. Okay, for example, just delete this line. For example, I don't want to use this variable just for debugging purpose. Let's say I don't want to use this variable. So what I will do, I'll simply keep the mouse cursor in this line and then I'm going to comment it. So that way what happens, I'm commenting out certain codes which I don't like to test it at the moment. So these are a couple of useful ways when it comes to comments. Okay, and you can see throughout, and once I am okay where I have to use this variable once again, I'll again uncomment it. Getting it? And you can see throughout my code, I have used white spaces. This helps in readability. To increase the readability of the code, you can always give the white spaces. Okay, so these are the couple of important things which would help during your coding. And it is a good practice to have comments during your code so that it becomes readable for others. What is the purpose of this block? What is the purpose of this variable? What is the purpose? Why are you declaring here? So if you write appropriate comments, it helps for you to read. It's not just for you. Let's say you give this code to somebody else. It is easy for them to understand the code and it improves the code quality. This is one of the important practice the programmers use during their coding exercise. Let's open Visual Studio. I'm going to create a new project. And then I'm going to select the Windows Form app. If you don't see in the left side, ensure you type it here and you would be able to find with these filters. Hit on next. And then let's provide a name. I'll say my own calculator. You can provide a very specific name. And in the solution, I'm going to say solution and leave everything as it is and hit on next. In the framework, let me select .NET 8.0, that is the latest one as of date. I'm going to click on create. Wait for a few seconds. And now you can see the blank form is available for us to get started. On my screen, there is a calculator form. This is how we are going to design our new calculator. For this, let's bring the form to the specific size we need and then start dragging and dropping the specific things that we need. For example, we'll start with the button. Let me drag and drop a button and let's resize this button. Open the properties and here in the property, let's increase the font of this to bold and the size of this to 28 and click on OK. So this is how it appears. Now here in this font of this, next the text that's supposed to appear, I will write the number 0 here. Now this is how your button is appearing. You can slightly resize just to ensure it appears as you need it. Now let's hit on the control key and copy one above this, and then hit on the control key, hold the control key, and you can drag something like this. All right, now let's again select all this thing, control, again control. So now we have got all the things. Let's name them. So while naming, highlight the button, go to the properties panel, and here ensure the text is highlighted. If not, simply you can click on this. Now you can see all the buttons are there. All you have to do, simply highlight this and try to type 1, and then highlight the second one, try to type 2, highlight the third one, try to type 3. Similarly, let's proceed. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So all our buttons are done. Now again hit on the control key. Let's drag another 2 buttons. This button I would type a decimal, and this button I will type a C for clearing it out. Now let's hit on the control key, drag one more button. Let's increase this something like this, maybe something like this, and here let's type the equals to symbol. Now let's drag this buttons, control, paste it here, and then let's change the values. Let me do it again by giving little space. Yep, and then I can increase this to slide to adjust this. Let's change it. So the very first thing we'll give a plus sign. Next we will give a minus sign. Then we will give maybe a multiplication sign, and then we can give a division sign. Okay, so all these things are now done. Next thing that you need is a text box. Simply type text box, drag and drop your text box here, and enlarge this particular width and height. Now how do you increase the height? Highlight the text box, go to the property panel of the text box, and here there is an option called multi-line. Here is the multi-line option. Enable it to true. Then what I'm going to do, I'm going to simply drag this multi-line to something like this. You can adjust according to the need and slightly increase this, increase the border of this. So now you can see it has got the calculator look. Now what we have to do, we have to start designing. Before you start designing, again couple of things on the text box. Let's change the font of the text box. I would change it to maybe 16, and you can keep it bold, regular, whatever you want. So I'll keep it bold and 16, or maybe regular and 16. Click on OK. And then there is an option here, test align. In the test align, you keep it to the right side. So whatever you type, it will appear on the right side of the text. With that, the UI design, the front end design is done. Now we have to code at the back end. Before you start coding, the important thing that we have to do is open the calculator on your computer and see how it behaves. For example, if you are typing 1, it comes. The moment I'm typing 2, it comes. 3, it comes. So what is happening actually? It is trying to concatenate the values, right? You can see whatever I'm clicking on, the values are getting concatenated. So how can I design in my calculator? Let's see that. Now for this, what you do, the 0 has to be done in a different way. Why you have to code it separately? I'll tell you. The moment I'm typing 0, 0, 0 multiple times, you can see nothing changes here. So there's a different behavior. But the moment you click on 1, 1, 1, what happens? It is getting concatenated. So the 0 has to be coded in a different way. Now what we will do, we'll double click on 1. Double click on 1. So what happens? A private sub gets automatically created. The very first thing what we will do, we will change the name. I will say number click. So here I am providing a separate procedure name. And then you can see button 2 has automatically appeared. Let's see the name of all the buttons. If you click on 1, what is the button name here? Button 2. If you click on 2, the button name is button 3. Similar way, you check the numbers will be increasing. Button 5, button 6, button 6, button 7, like that. The 9 has button 10. So total, all the buttons are there. Let's go back to our code. All you have to do, simply put a comma and then copy paste this one almost 9 times. So 1 is already there. So I'll copy 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 9 times I have copied. Now what you do, you have to simply rename these buttons. Okay, the copy didn't work. Let me try again. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 8, and then 9. Now let's do the renaming. So button 2, then I'm going to say it as button 3, then I will say it as button 4, button 5, button 5, button 6, button 7, button 8, button 9. That's all. I think rest we have to delete. Let me go to the right. 7, 8, 9. Okay, this is extra ones. I copied by mistake. I'm going to delete it. Alright, so once you have deleted all this, now you can see there are a lot many buttons. I would like to bring them little down. So what I will do, I'll keep my mouse cursor before this button and then type the underscore and hit on enter. So what happens, everything will come down. Even I think button 3 also I can bring it down. Let me remove this properties panel so that we can see it properly. Now here button 8 also underscore down. So everything comes at one place so that it's easy to see. Underscore. Okay. So now you can see all the buttons are now have come. Okay. If I go like this, button 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9. So all buttons have come. So what is the event? Click. When you click on any of this button, what's supposed to happen is the question. Now for this, we will first create a variable. So I'll say dim. So what you need the text value of the button. So I'll say button value. I'm creating a variable called button value, which is going to hold the value of the button as button. So what is the data type? Button. And after you declare, you can also assign the value. How would you assign the value of the button directly? So for that, you have to first convert and you have to use something called an object called sender. There's an object called sender, comma, and then I have to write button. So what happens here? Let me explain you. Okay, so this is the important, very important code. So here what I have written, button value as button, C type, that means convert the type button and put the value to the sender object. So this is an object that you have to use, sender. Okay, so if you highlight here, it says it's an object, it's a parameter which can hold values for you on the go. When you are executing, it can hold the value. So what happens? The button has a value. For example, it has a text value called 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So any button that you are clicking based on that. So whatever you clicked, for example, I clicked on 1. So what happens? The 1 value will come to the sender and then it will come to the button value variable. And from here you can extract the values. Now let's go back to our design form. So this is the text box. Let's see the property of the text box. Right click, property. And if you look at the property of this, the name of this text box is text box 1. So what I will do, I'll come here because this is where the value should appear. I'm going to type text box 1 dot text. Okay. Now you saw the behavior of the calculator. When I'm typing 1 and then if I'm typing 2, what happens? It concatenates. So for that, I'm going to use a concatenate symbol and say equals to. So what happens? When you do this concatenate and equals to symbol, 1, 2, 3. So first, let's say you typed 1. So the first one value will come appear in the text box. Then you are typing 2. Again, 1, 2 is a total value. So it concatenates the new click and adds to the text box. Okay. And there is also another way. Instead of ampersand, you can also use plus equals to. Anything will work. So I'll go with ampersand equals to. And then I would say button value variable dot text. So this dot text only happened because of the previous line. Here we are passing the button properties to this variable, and this variable now can access the properties. For example, dot text is a property of that button. So that way, let's say I'm going to click on 1, then the 1 will appear. Then I'm typing 2. If I'm clicking on 2, then the 2 will appear in the text box. So that is the meaning. Now let's test this. Only this much code we have written. Very simple code. Okay. Let me minimize the properties panel just to see the entire code, how it appeared. All right. Now let's run this and see how it works. Now, if you see, the calculator has come. Now what I'm going to type, now look at it. I'm going to first click on 1. So what happens? 1 value will appear in the text box. I'm clicking on 1. So 1 appeared. Now let's say I'm going to clicking on 5. So what happens? 5 appeared. So button value dot text, the new value is 5 and it gets concatenated with the previous value and appears in the text box. Let me type 3, 6, 5. So whatever I'm typing, you can see how nicely it is coming. So the first coding is done. Let me close this. Now comment and tell me there is something which is missing in the code. Did you realize while I'm running the code? Let me run it again and show you what is exactly missing. If I am going to click on 9, see, it's not appearing. If I'm clicking on 8, it's appearing, but 9 is not working. So do you know what you have to do with the code? If you look at the 9, open the properties. What is the name of this button? Button 10. If I go back to the code, the button 10 click event is not written here. So what you're supposed to do? Write it. So copy this and then paste. Copy, comma, and then paste it, and then simply change this to 10. That's all. Let me save it and run the code again. Now if you type 9, you can see it is coming. That was the mistake in the code. Next thing, we have to program the 0. So 0 button has a different behavior. Let's program the button 0 now. To code the button 0, all you do, simply double click on this button. And once the procedure comes, all you do, simply rename this procedure to something else. So I would say, I'll come here and I will say button 0 maybe. I'll give a name. So button 0 is the procedure name, give a space. Now let's write the code. So now to write the code, you have to use a if condition. So I'll say if. Now button 0, what is the name of the button? Button 1 dot click, right? So button 0. So this depends on the text box. So if, for example, if the text box is blank, if somebody is clicking on 0, then it should not do anything. So for that, what I have to say, text box 1 dot text is equals to string dot empty, That means if the value is empty, then do nothing. Else, if value is blank, then if somebody is clicking on 000 multiple times, then it should not do anything. Else, if the value is there, then what it's supposed to do? Text box 1 dot text, again the same technique, ampersand equals to, then it should type the text 0. Getting it? Pretty simple code. Now let me save this code and run it. And now if you see, if I'm going to click on 0, there is no values here. So as per the code, if the string is empty, if somebody is clicking on this, see, nothing happens. You can see nothing happens. Now let's say I'm putting 1, I'm writing 1 and then typing 000, then it works. If I'm typing 2, again typing 000, then it works. If I'm typing 3, again typing 0, it works. You getting it? So this is what the code has done for the button 0. The next thing that we have to focus is the decimal. Let's open the calculator on your computer. Now if you see, if the text box is empty and when you are clicking on this dot, what happens? It gets 0.1, then you can type it. After typing it, if I'm clicking on the dot again, you can see nothing happens. For example, if I say 1 dot 2, once again if I click on dot, you can see nothing happens. So this is the behavior we have to reach. Let's code it now. Let's go to our calculator and double click on the decimal. And here let's name this for decimal. I'm doing it. And then let's see what we have to write. We'll start with the if condition like we have done it for the 0. Same thing, we'll copy paste. Copy it and paste. If text box 1 dot text is equal to string dot empty, then what you should do? Then what I want is simple this. I want the text box 1 dot text ampersand equals to again ampersand equals to, I want to write what? 0 dot. This is what I want to write. If it is empty, it should write dot when it is clicked. Now next what I will do, I'll use a else if condition. Else if the next condition, if it already contains a decimal, anyone clicking on the decimal, it should not create or write one more decimal. So I'll say else if not text box 1 dot text contains, in double quote I'm saying contains dot, then that means what? Not. So here we have used not, means text box 1 dot text does not contain dot. If it does not contain dot, then what's supposed to do? Copy this, enter, paste it here, then it should type a dot. Only when it does not contain a decimal, then it should type the decimal. If it contains a decimal, then it should not type. So this is what exactly you have to write for the decimal. Let's save this and test our code. Let's see the very first behavior. What we want, when it is blank, when I'm clicking on this, you can see 0 dot has appeared. Okay, fine. Then after that, I should be typing. And if I click on the decimal again, you can see the decimal is not appearing. It is exactly working how I want. Okay, so you can see after that, if I'm hitting on decimal, nothing works. So the code has been done. So let's close this. Go back to our design. Next thing we have to design the C. This is for clearing. So let's double click on this and let's change the name and say clear clear space, and then hit on enter. And now what you should write, again it goes the same way. Copy this, and I have to say, when somebody does this, then it should say string.empty. It should clear it. That's all. Pretty simple code. Let's save this and run it now. Now when I'm running, let's see. Let's say I'm typing 1.23. The dot doesn't work. That works still good. So now let me clear it. Done. So whatever you are typing, and then I'm trying to clear it. You can see it works pretty well. Let me close this and now go back to our code. Next, we have to name all these buttons properly. This is the plus sign, minus, multiplication, and division. For this, let me highlight the plus sign and go to the properties of the plus sign and go to the design. Now you can see it has got a default name called button 14. Let me change it to plus. Similar way, let's do for all other buttons. Now I have renamed all of them. Let's click on the plus sign. Double click on the plus sign, and now this is what comes. Let me remove the properties panel and now focus on the code. First of all, let's change the name. I will say operators. Okay, I'll give a procedure name called operators. And here for the plus button, we have got it. Similar way, we have to get it for the other buttons. Let's write button minus dot click. I'll use an underscore, hit enter and come down. And here I'm going to write button multiply dot click, comma. Next thing I am going to write button divide dot click. So you have written all of them. Okay, so the multi-line did not work. Let me bring it like this. Use underscore, hit enter. I still have the error. Let me do one thing. Let me hit on backspace, and you can see the code is fine now. All right. After that, we have to actually write our code. So what we want text box 1. When somebody clicks on it, you want a plus sign, minus sign. So for example, if I open the calculator just to show you the behavior, for example, I'm typing 1, then I'm writing a plus, then I'm typing 5, then writing a minus. So what is happening here? The plus minus things are coming, right? Now how we achieve that? So I'll say text box 1 dot text ampersand equals to add the values. And then you remember for button text value, what we have done last time, we use C type. On the top we have done this sender, comma, button, and then we can simply say dot text. Pretty simple single line code. So let me save this and run the code and show you. This I have already explained you how the button properties, the text properties get carried over. If I run it, and for example, I'm typing 1 plus, you can see we've got a plus sign, 2 minus 6 multiplied 5, right? Divide 3. So whatever I'm writing, this is how it appears in the text box, right? You can see. So this is the code for that. Pretty single line code. All you have to do is simply write all the buttons at one line and then write this code. That does the job pretty well. At last, we are going to write the code, the very important code for the calculator. That is the equals to symbol. Let me double click on this one. And here we have to write it. This is very important. So here let me name it equals to, because this is where the exact calculation happens of your calculator. So this is very important. Let's hit on enter. Let's see some of the variables we need to ensure the value of that calculation stays at one place. And remember, our calculator is slightly a complicated one. Okay, so I'll say equals, there's some, I think is the method name, so I'm saying equals to click, some, you give a proper name. Let's write some expression. Now what you need certain variables. So we will say dim, I'll create a variable called expression as string equals to text box 1 dot text. So that means what I'm saying, the expression that is written in the calculator, we have written 1 plus 2 minus 3, whatever you have written, that expression, the text value will be carried over to a variable called expression. Clear? Now I need another variable to store the result. I'll say result as object. So what is the object data type here? Object means it can carry any kind of values. Okay, so result also getting a green symbol. Unused local variable. Okay, that's fine. We are going to use it. Now the next thing what we need a data table. So dim, I will say table as new data table. Okay, this is the expression. Now what is the use of this? Have you seen in Excel, you go to a cell and you write equals to and write your expression. In the Excel formulas, how you write in a cell, you use a equals to symbol and you write the expression. So now Excel is more like it's a table, right? Excel has tables and there you write your expression. The similar way we are trying to do it here. We're creating a data table, which is more like a Excel table on which we will do the calculation. So let me show you. It will be more clear when I use it. So I'll say result equals to, then I have this variable table variable, right? So I'll use table dot compute. So data table means, imagine it is an Excel. The data type is Excel. So I'm creating an Excel kind of a thing environment. Table dot, there is something called compute. Compute is the method. Like you write equals to symbol in Excel, similar way you will write compute here. And then it requires two different parameters. One is your expression as string and the filter criteria as string. So what I will do, the expression is here in our variable expression, right? The expression variable contains it. So I'll simply say expression, comma, then I will say string.empty because we don't have a filter criteria. So I'll simply say string.empty. Pretty simple. So what this will do, understand what this will do. Imagine in an Excel you're writing equals to symbol and then writing your formula. Let's say A1 plus A2 minus A3, whatever the formula you are writing, it is going to calculate in Excel. Similar way, the entire expression that you have written in the calculator text box is available here. And then this is for the filter criteria because we don't have a filter criteria. That means a value should be greater than this, the age should be any filter criteria. So we don't have, that's why we are writing string.empty. So this expression with this compute method, it is going to automatically calculate for you. You don't have to write single expressions, this plus this. You don't have to do this. Pretty simple and very powerful. This is actually a very powerful expression. It's a heavy lifting expression that we have written for our calculator. Pretty single line and very powerful. It will do all the calculation that you need. Doesn't matter how complicated the calculation is. Pretty simple. And once this is done, then what do I want? The result should appear in the text box. So I'll say text box 1 dot text is equals to result, because result is an object, result dot toString. I'm converting that back to toString. So that way the new value is going to appear. Okay, so let's see how it works. Let's save it. Run my own calculator. And check this. For example, I'm writing 1 plus 2 plus 3 minus 1. So this is a expression. Now if I'm going to hit on equals to symbol, you can see it has got 5. Let's do it again. Let's clear the value. 1 plus 5 plus 6 minus 1 into 2 divided by let's say 2. Click on it. So what is the value I have got? 11, right? Let's try something else. 1 minus 3 minus 2. So it is giving all the different calculation. 5 divided by 6 is giving a decimal value. So now you can see it is fully capable now, only this expression. Still there is something wrong. You know what is it? I'll tell you. For example, 3 minus 2 into 6, and I'm using a plus sign at the end, for example, any symbol, and I'm going to click on equals to. So what happened? You can see there's a syntax error has come. So that plus sign means this expression is not working. At the end it has a plus sign and then it doesn't work. So how to handle this kind of expressions? Plus, minus, multiplication, anything you give at the end and you are not writing a number, then the expression will not work, it will fail here. So how to handle this? Let me show you how you can handle it. Let's close it. For this, you have to use something called try catch block. So let me say try tab, and then you have to use a catch section here. So catch tab, and then you have to end try. So what is it? Let me show you. So try means it is going to try all of this. If there is an exception, so I'll create a variable called, let's say, ex as exception. So if there is an exception while trying this, then you catch that exception and keep it in this variable. And then you handle that. That means it is holding that exception error. And then what exactly it's supposed to do? It is going to say text box 1 dot text is equals to anything you would like to show. For example, I would like to say error in expression. It is going to show in the calculator. Okay, so let's see how this one works. Let us save it. So you understood, right? Try all these expressions. If any problem happens, like we saw that problem, then the catch section will start executing, and it is going to hold that error here rather than appearing in the screen. And then it is going to change the value of the text in the calculator and say error in expression. Let's save this, run it. Let's see how it works. So the calculator has appeared. Let's try something. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 6 minus 5 equals to, it works. Let's clear it. 1 plus 2 minus 3 into 6 divided by, let's say I'm writing the expression something like this, which is a wrong expression. The moment I click on this, last time you can see the calculator has given an error, but this time it did not give any error. It said error in expression. It showed the exact message what we have typed. Getting it? So if this happens, again you clear and write your expression once again. But you can see this time it has given me an output. So this is the entire coding we have completed. Now what is more important now is to understand how I can publish this particular project and use it. That is important. So for this, what you do, on the top there is something called build. Click on the build. And here there is something called build solution, rebuild solution, clean solution, run code analysis, build my own calculator. So here we are going to release this as a .exe. So when you double click on the file, the application should work. That is what, because we have created something, we have wanted to use it, right? So what I will do, I'll simply say build my own calculator. You click on this, or you can also use Control B. Let me click on this. Now here you can see in the output, build completed very quickly. So build is complete. After you have built, there is something called publish selection. What is it? Publish selection. Let's click on publish selection. The moment it does, it will ask you where would you like to publish it, on Azure, on Click1, on Docker, or folder. So here, because we'll be doing on our system, I'll be selecting folder and hit on next. Then it again asks you Publish your application to a local folder or file share. Publish your application with click once. So you select the folder option here. And then hit on next. Now here, this is how the default file would look like. For local folders, you can provide either full path or a relative path to the project. For example, publish relative path, C drive, user, username, document, wherever you would like to save it, you can do it. For network drive, this is how you have to write. They have given a sentence, few things. So we can browse it and do it. So for the moment, I'll just leave it as it is and hit on finish. If you would like to change the location, you can do it. Hit on finish. And you can see the entire path has come. Rakesh, repos, my own calculator, my own calculator. So this is the path where it got created. Okay. Now all you do, simply close it. And it has shown you the path where it is. And let's hit on publish. Okay. Now you can see the publish completed, and it happens pretty quickly. So this is the target location. Let's go to this target location. And you can see if you click on this, this is where it got published, and here you have your calculator. Let me double click on this, and you can see the calculator has come. Let's do some calculation. So finally the product is ready, right? And then see, if I use like this, error in expression. So the final product is ready for us. You can see my calculator, my product is ready, and I've published it on my computer to use it. The visual basic operators. These operators are very important when you are doing programming. Knowing about the operators is absolutely important. So let's see how all these operators are used and what are those operators in detail in this video. To start with, we will learn the arithmetic and bit shift operators. So there are around 10 operators you are going to learn in this video. After that, you need to learn the comparison operators. There are around 9 different comparison operators. Then you have concatenation operators. Then you have logical operators. There are many things, but we'll focus one by one. And this is very important for you to know. So let's get started with the arithmetic and bit shift operators. The very first thing we will do, go to the toolbox and drag and drop a button. I'm going to slightly enlarge the button and go to the properties of the button and change the font to slightly bold. I'll make it to 28 points. And I'm going to click on OK. All right, let's change the appearance, the text appearance, by going to the text property and type show results. This is what I would like to type. Okay, let's slightly enlarge this. Done. After this, I'm going to double click on this button. Now, once I double click on the button, I need to write the code and understand all the arithmetic operations. The very first thing we will learn about the add. For this, what we will do, let's write the variables. To add, we will take two variables. I'll first declare the first variable as dim, first number as integer, and let's create the second variable. Next, we need to save the results. Let's create a result variable. Now, all the three variables are created. Now we have to learn the addition. I'm going to create a comment symbol and going to write add plus. And here, let's see how the addition works. So it's pretty simple. You will write the result variable and then add the first number and second number. So here what we have done, the first number and second number are added by this operator plus. This is the operator, and let's print the output. So this is how you'll be printing the output. So let's see how the addition works. One thing we forgot to assign some values to both the numbers. Let's assign the values. Now I've got 10 and 5 assigned. So 10 plus 5, the expecting output is 15. Let's run this. And let me click on this button. And you can see the output 15 has appeared on my screen. Let me stop this. So the very first thing, the plus operator we have learned. Let's learn about the subtract operator. I'm going to change the comment here. And all you have to do, instead of the plus sign, I'm going to use the minus operator. Pretty simple. And what we are expecting, 10 minus 5 is the 5. If I'm going to click on this, you can see the output 5 has appeared. The next thing we have to learn about the negation. The subtract operator has a minus symbol. Even the negation has a minus symbol. So how this one works, let me show you. For example, you have already known when I use a plus sign, 10 plus 5, the output was 5. What if I put a negation symbol? Negation means it's a negative number like minus 10, minus 5, all negative number. All I'll do, I'll use a minus symbol before the variable. So minus first number plus second number. So minus 10 plus 5. What is the expectation here? Output should be minus 5. So let me hit on run. Click on show results. And you can see the output has appeared as minus 5. The next thing in our row to learn is the multiplication. So multiply. Let me copy this and change the comment to multiply. All you have to do, all you need to remember is the multiplication operator. That is the star symbol which is available in the number 8. This is the operator you have to use when you have to multiply. Let me remove the negation symbol. All good. So what we are expecting, 10 into 5, I'm expecting 50. Let me run this. Show results. And you can see the output 50 has appeared. Let me close it. Now the next operator we have to learn is the divide symbol. If you see, the divide symbol has got two different operators. This way, the forward symbol and the backward symbol. So what is the difference between these two and what kind of a output we will get, we are going to see. So let me copy the very first one, divide, and I'm going to keep it here as a comment. All I will do, simply change the multiplication operator to the forward symbol or the divide operator. Now let's see what is the output that comes. So 10 divided by 5, I'm expecting 2. That's okay. Let's stop this and go back and let me change the symbol to the quotient symbol. This is for the quotient. I'm going to copy this, put a comment. Now we are going to try the alternate one. So I'm going to use the backward slash. Okay, I'm going to use the backward slash. Now what is the output? Will there be a difference in the output now? 10 divided by 5. Let me run it. Again, it's the same. So why we have two operators? Let's see why we have that. Let me go back. And here, let me change the value here to 11, for example. 11 divided by 5. And here, instead of integer, the result as integer, what I'm going to do, I'm going to say double. Now, let's see what is the output. So 11 divided by 5. So first of all, let's try the divide one, the forward slash. So what should be the output here? 11 divided by 5. Let me run it. Show results. So you can see the output is coming in decimal numbers, 2.2. So when you use a forward slash, it can give you an output in decimal numbers, in digits. 2.2. 11 divided by 5 is 2.2. Very good. Let me stop this. And this time, let me use the backward slash. Now, when you do this, even the result is a double, right, which is basically a decimal. Now, even though when you are using a backward slash, what would happen? The 2.2, the exact thing will not be given. It will only give you the quotient value, which is 2, not the decimal value. So generally there's a difference in the output. So when you run it, you can see the output has come as 2. That means that dot 2, the decimal value, is rejected here. So it only gives you the pure quotient. So that's why when I go back to the notepad, this is for the quotient and this is for the divide. This divide symbol can give you decimal values. This only gives you integer value. That is the difference between these two. Let's learn about the next one, which is reminder. Let me copy this. Okay, this is pretty simple. Now if all I have to do is simply say mod, and let's see the output. So the mod, the reminder is 1. When you divide 11 by 5, what is the reminder? Quotient is 2, reminder is 1. So this is how you get the reminder, by writing the operator mod. All you have to remember, mod symbol. Now all this you have learned. What you have learned? Plus, minus, negation, multiplication, division, quotient and mod. So all these basic arithmetic functions you have learned. The next one I'm going to teach you is the power. For example, 10 to the power 5 means what? 10 into 10 into 10 into 10 into 10. 10 multiply, you're multiplying 10 5 times. So power. So how to use 5? So let's take a very pretty simple numbers so that it's easy to calculate. So I'm saying 2 and the second number is 3. So, or else let's alternate it. 3 and 2. So 3 to the power of 2. That means 3 into 3. The output should be 9. So what is the next thing we are learning? We are learning power. Let's copy this and put it as a comment. Now all I have to do for the power symbol, you have to use, this is called the caret symbol. The caret symbol is available in the number 6. Okay, so what is the output we are expecting? 3 into 3. 3 to the power of 2. That means I'm expecting 9 here. Let me run it. Show results. You can see the output 9 has appeared on my screen. So now the next thing that we have to learn is the bit shift left. What is this bit shift left and what is the bit shift right? We need to understand. Now for this, what we will do, we'll delete some of the previously created variables and I will change the name to first number. I will say my number as integer, and then I have a result variable, and instead of first number I'll say as my number is equals to, let's say, give a number called 5. I'm going to omit this values. Okay, now let's understand what is this first of all. Okay, let me delete everything. So what I have a result variable, I have a my number variable whose value is 5. Okay, and result variable I can keep it as integer. That's it. Now let's understand what is bit shift left, what is bit shift right. Before we understand, we need to know each number is represented in a binary form, 0 and 1, right? 0 1 0 1 0 1. You might have already learned about this. Now what is this? Let's see. So if, for example, if I write 5, what is the binary value of this? I wanted to understand. So what I will do, I'll use this, for example, the result variable equals to, I'll say convert to string. What I'm saying, convert to string, and inside this I'm going to write, okay, there's a spelling mistake here, and inside this let's write the number, my number, the variable which contains my number, comma, to convert it to binary format, zeros and ones, you have to write a code called 2. So what this will do, when you write 2, 2 represents 0 and 1 in digital values, 0 and 1, right? These are the two digital values. So when you write 2, the code understands this value, the number 5 which is there in this variable, I need to convert into a binary format. This is how you write convert dot to string, comma 2. Now let's print this. Okay, I will say message box dot show and then write result. Now if I'm going to run this, what is the output I will get for 5? If I write 5, what is the output I'm going to get? Let me run it. Show results. You can see the binary value of 5 which has come as 101. What has come? 101. Now if I go to the notepad, look at it. The binary value for 0 is 101. When you do a shift left, what would happen? This bits, these are called bits, right? 1 is a bit, 0 is another bit, 1 is another bit. What this bit will do, this bit will move to the left. That means 1 will come here, 0 will come here, 1 will take this position. So it shifted one time. So if I'm writing shifted 2 times, it will shift 2 times. That means it will come here. So how this works, let me show you. Okay, let's go back to the code. Now this much you have understood. Now converting, just to show you that value, okay, to show you what happens. Now let's say what I'm going to do, I'm going to convert this my number. So what I will say, my number is equals to my number, whatever the number is. Okay, you do a shift left by 1. What you are doing? You do a shift left by 1. So the new my number will do a shift left. Now let's see what is the outcome. Last time we got 101, right? This time if I run it, show results. See what happened? The 101 last time, it has moved to the left. 1010 has come as a output. Let's do one thing. So it is simply shifting the bits to the left side. So for example, I'm saying shift it 5 times. What I'm saying, shift it 5 times. If I'm going to run this, show results. So what happened? You can see 101 has come. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 zeros have come. So it is shifting that byte towards left. Right will do, move it to the right. This is the difference. Now what is the exact difference? What happens? Now when you change the bit value, the actual integer value also will change. So the 5 is represented as 101. But when you do a shift, for example, I'll do one shift, okay. So when you do one shift, 1010 has come. Let me open the notepad. So what happened when you did one shift, this 101 has come. So 1010 means the binary value is actually 2. After shift, so the binary value becomes, I think it's for 10, not 2. Okay, the binary value should be for 10. So 1010 means this is for 10. Now let's see the output, the actual output. Instead of converting, I want to see the actual output. So what I will do, so I have converted it. Now I can simply print my number, for example. I removed everything. Instead of result, I'll simply use my number. So after shifting this 5, doing one shift, so I don't need the result variable, let me delete it. What is the output that will come? Let me run it. Show results. So you can see the output has appeared as 10. What is the output? Because you did a shift left of the bits, what happened? The value has changed something like this. So this represents 1010 represents 10. Integer value is 10 for that. Okay, we'll just do the opposite of it. Okay, shift right. We'll do the shift right. What happens? We will see. Now instead of this, I'm going to shift it to the right. One value. So with this, if I'm going to run it, what is the value I'm getting? I'm getting 2. Just to show you in a notepad what 2 means. So binary value of 5 is 101. We already knew this. And after you do a shift right to 1, what happens? The 10, this 1 gone, only thing left is 10. So 10 means, what is the binary? 10 means the binary for 2. That means it represents 2, integer 2. So the output has come as 2. Getting it? So this is actually, you may not be using it very often, but this is something good to learn, right? In on a later stage when you are getting have to do a complicated mathematical calculations where you might need this bit shift left, bit shift right. But for the moment you have understood what is it and how it works. That is the intention of the video. Now, next thing, in the next video, we are going to learn about the comparison operators. Comparison operators. So how many comparison operators we have? We have equal symbol, unequal symbol, less than, greater than, less than equals to, greater than equals to, right? There is something called is not, and type of. So all of these things we are going to learn one by one. For this, I have got a button, show results button I have created. I'm going to double click on this and you can see I have reached to the button click event. Now inside this private sub of the button click event, we are going to write our code. Let us create some space and then let's take two variables. So here I have created a and b as two variables. Let us assign some values. For example, I am saying 5 here and b, I'm going to say 5. So both the variables are integer variables and they have a value 5. Now how does this equals to operator works? Let's understand. So this will go with a if clause. So I'll say if a, right, equals to b, then pretty simple. Like we write, say in our common English language. Similar way, you have to write if a equals to b, then let's say I would like to print a message. So message box dot show, and inside this let's write a message. A is equals to b. Clear? Now this is done. Now what if it is not equals? What do you want? So simply say else, hit enter, and again you have to copy paste the above code. So I'll say message box. So I'm writing message box.show a is not equals to b. Let's save this code and run this code. Now you can see the code, the application, the form has opened. I'm going to click on show results. So what is the output I have got? A is equals to b. So it is quite easy to use the equals to operator. This is how you'll be using the equals to operator. Next, unequal. You can see we're comparing, right? So unequal. So how to use unequal? All you do, simply replace this with unequal. This is very important. Many times people will write not equal to and all that. So this is the not equals to or unequal symbol. Okay. If a is not equals to b, then you would like to show a message a is not equals to b. Else you would like to show just the opposite of equal. A is equals to b. Now in this case, let me change the value of b to 6. So here it is pretty clear. A value is not equals to b value. So what output I want to see? A is not equals to b. Let me run this code. Show results. And here you can see it says A is not equals to b. So right now you have learned two different operators. One is the equals to symbol and the other one is the not equals to or unequal symbol. The next operator we should learn is the less than and greater than. Okay, less than and greater than. How that works? For example, if A is less than B, this is the operator. If A is less than B, now if A is less than B, what you would like to print? A is less than B. This is what you would like to print. Otherwise, you would like to print A is greater than B. Pretty simple. Now if I run it, you can see print 5 and 6. So 5 is less than 6, right? A is, so this is the message which will print. A is less than B. So let us run it. So you can see what is the output came? A is less than B. What if I change the values? For example, I make it, instead of 5, I will make it 50. So last time this output came. A is less than B. But here A is less than B. Is it true? No, this is not true. So if this will not execute, what will execute? This should execute, and it should say A is greater than B. Clear? Now let's run it. Show results, and you can see what is the output. A is greater than B. Pretty simple. Similar way, the next operator that you have is less than equals and greater than equal. Remember, what is it? Less than equals to and greater than equals to. So only thing I have to do here, for example, I'll say less than equals to. Imagine both the variables are same. I'll put 50-50. In this case, A is not less than equals to. If it is less also, it will print this message. If it is equals also, it should print A is less than or equals to B. Here we can say A is greater than or greater than and not equals to B. So here if you see, A is less than equals to B. So here I have the value 50-50. Let's first run this. Show results. What is the output we have got? A is less or equals to B. Okay, let's change the value. Let's say I want to make A as 49. 49. If I run this, it says A is less or equals to B. Correct? No? So A is less, it is 49. Similar way, if you increase it to 51, for example, this value if you have increased to 51. So which message would come? A is greater than or not equals to B, right? So if I run this, what is the output we have got? A is greater than and not equals to B. So this is how you'll be using all these operators. So until here, equals to symbol, unequals to symbol, less than, greater than, less than equals to, greater than equals to, this is pretty clear. Now the next two things we have to learn is and is not. So what is and is not? Okay, so is and is not. Now for this first thing we need to understand, the is operator is actually used not to compare the values of the variable. They are for comparing the objects. They are for comparing the objects in the memory, if the object is from the in this referring to the same memory or not. So what is the meaning of this object and all that? Let me show you. Okay, first of all, let's create two variables, object variables. So for example, I'll say dim car1 as object. So car is an object, right? Object means it can hold any kind of a value. So car1 as object, and I'm going to give some value, some string value I'm going to give. For example, I'll say Honda red car. What is the property of this car? It is a Honda car which is red in color. So car1 is a object. Next thing what I will do, dim car2 as object. Car is another object, car2 is another object. And here, instead of assigning this value, Honda red car, what I will do, I am going to assign car1. So this car1 object has a property. What is the property? Honda red car. Now this car2 is equals to car1. We haven't assigned a direct value. However, the property of the object will go here, and because car1 is an object and we are assigning here, so car1 and car2 are actually the same object. Both are the same object referring in the memory. That means anything you are creating will stay temporarily in your computer memory, right? So here both the objects are actually the same. Let me create one more. Okay, for example, dim car3 as object. This is also an object, right? This is also an object. However, let me give a small, remove the space here. So car3 as object. So now what I'm doing, let me say equals to car2. Now tell me, are all the objects same? Yes, of course, they all are same, right? So let's write a condition, something like this. If car1 is car2, is car1 is car2, then I want to print some message. So I'll say message box.show, and in this let's write some code. I'll say car1 and car2 refers to the same object, So object means you understood. It could be anything in the world which has certain properties. Every object has a property. It could be color, it could be size, it could be model number, it could be anything, right? So car1, car2, car3, these are the three objects now. And here what I'm saying, I'm not using equals to operator. So if I use a equals to operator, it will compare the values of them. But if you say is, it is going to compare if they belong to the same object type or not. So if you see, all these are of the same object. First object I have created, I have assigned some value, and now all these objects are transferring their values to each other. So that means all three are of the same, right? Now if I run this, show results, you can see what is the output we have got. Car1 and car2 refers to the same object. Okay, now let me click on OK, close this. What I'm going to do, I'm going to write another condition. I'll say else if. That means I want to write one more condition. Now I will say car3 is car1. Is car3 is car1? Then I want to print a message. So let me copy this message, paste it here, and simply change a car1 and car3 refers to same object. Now let's run this. Show results. Car1 and car2 refers to the same object. Now why this didn't work? Because the first condition met, so it came out of that. Now what I will do, I will use an operator called is not. So if car1 is not car2, then it should print the message. Else if car3 is car1, then it should print. Now what would happen, because you know car1 and car2 are the same object. So here when you say is not, that means only if these are not the same object, then you should print this message. If not, you check your next condition, which is car3 is car1, then it should print. So if you see car1 and car3 both are from the same object, even the value that we have assigned is car2. Let me run it. Show results. Car1 and car3 refers to the same object. Car1 and car3 refers to the same object. Here, let me assign a new value. Let's say I'm going to say Honda white car. All right. So in this case, look at the condition. Car1 is not car2. Correct? Car1 is not car2. So anyways, it's not going to print this. Car3, if I use a not here, is not car1, then car1 and car3 refers to different object, right? Sorry, different object. Now if I run this, show results, what is the output we have got? Car1 and car3 refers to different objects. So which is actually right, if you see, is not, because car3 is different and car1 is different. So car1 and car3 refers to different objects. So getting it, so this is how the is not and is operator are used to compare objects. In the memory. Do they refer to the same object or they are different objects? It wants to check that. So this is about the is and is not operators. Now what is the next thing? Type of, right? Type of, if you like to know what is, how to use type of. Let me delete this. For this, let's write the if condition, if, and then use type of. Remember, type of is used to compare the objects. What is it? To understand what kind of a type of that object is. For example, if I say type of car1 is string, then message box dot show car1 is a string type. Okay, so this is what I want to print. Else message box dot show car1 is not a string type. Okay, so type of is used to get the type of object. Now let's see. So if you see, I have assigned a string value to it, to that object. Now let's run this and let's understand what happens. So if I click on show results, look at what has appeared. Car1 is a string type because I have provided a string. Let's say I'll put some cost here instead of a string. If I say put some cost, okay, we'll put some cost. Now in this case, what happens if I run this? Is not a string type. Will show it's not a string type. So car1 is not a string type. So getting it. So this type of this keyword you will use to understand the object type. So with this, we have practiced all the 9 comparison operators. Mostly you will use during your coding. All of these things you would mostly use during your coding. So please make a note of all the comparison operators. Concatenation operators. There are 2 operators which we can use. One is the ampersand and the next one is the plus sign. So what is the difference between these two? We are going to learn, and then finally as a note we will take this important information. Right now let's go to our code. Now our code has got a button. When I click on the button, I should be able to see some output. Let's write 2 variables, dim a as string equals to, I'm going to provide some value, John, and next write next variable dim b as string, and let me write 2. So now let's understand, if I use a ampersand symbol, what happens? If I use a plus symbol, what happens? Let's create the next variable called result as string equals to, I'm going to a and then use the ampersand symbol and then say b. Okay, so what happens? First of all, let's understand this. Let's print the output in a message box saying message box dot show, and I'm going to print the output result. Let's first of all save this and run it. So what I have used a ampersand symbol for concatenation. So what is the output that we expect? John and Doe to be concatenated. That means both of them should appear as a single word. So if I click on show results, you can see here how it has appeared, John Doe. If you would like to give a space, all this thing you can do. But the main important part is it concatenates 2 strings. Let's change the condition. Here what I'm going to do, instead of this value John Doe, let us write some number here. 1, 2, 3. And I'm going to write 4, 5, 6. Okay. Before that, let me get it back. If I use a plus symbol, what happens? Let's see that. I'm using a plus symbol with the previous values. And if I run it, you can see the output is coming. Even the plus symbol is capable of concatenating strings. But what is the main difference? I'm going to show you. Next, what I'm going to do, I'm going to change this value to 1, 2, 3. And I'm going to change this value to 4, 5, 6. Now what would happen? If I'm using a plus symbol here, if I run this, show results. So what happened? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Both are strings. So it is still working as a concatenation, right? It is adding. Okay. What if I'm going to use an ampersand symbol instead of a plus symbol? Ampersand symbol is on 7th, numeric number 7. If I run this, you can see both are working. So that means when it comes to string concatenation, whether you are using a ampersand symbol or you are using a plus symbol, doesn't matter if both the values are string. So I'm trying to concatenate both the strings. So plus also works, ampersand also works. Now what is the difference where you should not use plus symbol or ampersand symbol? Let's understand. For example, the b value, or let's say the a value, I'm going to make it as integer, and I'm going to remove the double quotes. So what happened here? The one of the value is integer, the other value is string. In this case, if I'm using an ampersand symbol, what happens we should understand. If I run this, because the first value is an integer and second value is a string, ampersand symbol will always concatenate by converting the integer to string. If you see, the 1, 2, 3 is an integer, still it has converted it itself by nature to a string and concatenates. Do you see? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is the output. So whenever you would like to see this kind of an output, you must use a ampersand symbol when you are dealing with two different data types. So here string is a data type, integer is another data type. So if you want to see this kind of an output, you must use ampersand. Now what happens if I use a plus symbol? Let me show you. For example, I'm using a plus symbol. So it just does the opposite. So this 4, 5, 6 is a string. It will convert it to integer and then add both of them. Let me run it. So what is happening here? 579. How the 579 appeared? If you add this, 6 plus 3, 9, 7 and 4 plus 1, 579. So 579 output is coming when you are using a plus symbol. So you need to be very careful when you are going for a plus symbol. If there are two different data types, integer and string, then you understand it is going to give you the addition. It will work like an addition operator. Now what is the difference? Let's see by opening the notepad. Ampersand, specifically for string concatenation, automatically converts the numbers to strings and is the safest option when working with both string and numeric values. When you are working with integer and string, or both string or right, or both integers, doesn't matter, what happens, it always do a concatenation. Let's do one thing. Let's make it integer as well. Okay, and now I'm going to use an ampersand symbol. So what will be the output? 579 or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Let me run it. You can see still the output is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Getting it? It doesn't add it, even though both are integer. So when it comes to concatenation, ampersand is the safest option. Automatically converts the number to strings and is the safest option to working with both strings and numeric values. It always concatenates. But the plus symbol has two different behavior. One is it can concatenate. The other one is it can add, addition, because it's a mathematical operator. Can be used for both string concatenation and numeric addition, but can lead to ambiguity. Sometimes it might give you wrong results if you are mixing numbers and strings. We just saw that. Whenever you are mixing number and string and try to concatenate, what it did, it actually added both the numbers and showed you 579. So that is the difference. This is the important note you can take and experiment yourself, and let me know in the comments if this worked for you and if you have understood the concept clearly or not. The next thing we are going to learn is the logical operators. These are the common logical operators named AND, OR, NOT, and also, or else, and XOR. Total 6. Once again, AND, OR, NOT, and also, or else, and XOR. So what are these? How it works? Let's see it practically. Let's create some 3 variables. So here I have A, B and C as 3 different variables. Let's assign some values to it. Because it's a boolean, I'll assign true, and you can see I don't have to enter any double quote. You can simply say true equals to, let's say I'm putting both the variables true and true. Now, the very first logical operator we are going to learn is AND operator. So let's read the definition of the AND operator, how it works. The AND operator returns true if both conditions are true. That means if A and B, both the values are true, then only it's going to return the output as true. So what does that mean? Let me show you. All I'm going to say equals to, and I'm saying A and B. So what exactly I have written here? I have written A as another one variable, B as another variable. The condition is if A and B both are true. If you see A is true, B is true. If both are true, it's going to give the output as true. If any one of them is false, the output of result would be false. So this is the definition I have written. If either or both conditions are false, it returns false. So let's print it. I'm going to say so finally I'm trying to print this output message box.show result. So let's see what or how the output comes. So let me run this now. So here in our case, both A and B variables are true. So if both are true and I'm using an AND operator, the output should be true. You can see it has appeared true. What if I'm going to make one of them false? I made one of them false and I'm going to run the code once again and click on show results. So what happened? The output has come as false. So that's the definition, right? If either or both conditions are false, it returns what? False. You getting it? So this we have experimented, and the very first logical operator we have learned is the AND operator. Now, the next thing that we are going to record is the OR operator, logical OR operator. So how this works? Look at the definition. The OR operator returns true if at least one condition is true. Pretty simple. If any one of them is true, then the output is going to come as true. If both then conditions are false. If both the conditions are false, it returns false. So let's see it. So now here all I have to do, change the AND operator to OR operator. Let's run it. So what should be the output in this case? I'm going to click on show results and you can see the output has come true. Why? Because one of them was true. A was true. Alright. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to make both false. And let me run it. And I click on show results and you can see because both of them are false, the output has come as false. The third operator that we are going to learn is a logical NOT. So what does the NOT means? The NOT operator reverses the Boolean value of a condition. Now imagine if the output is supposed to come true, it will say false. Now if the output is coming false, then it is going to say true. It returns true if condition is false and false if the condition is true. Just it reverses the values. So let's see what we will do. Now in this case, A or B, when I write, this statement is false, right? Because both are false, so output is false. Now what I will do, I'll simply say not and put A or B in parenthesis. Done. So A or B combined, A or B combined, what happens? The output comes as false. Because I have written not here, what would happen? The output is supposed to come as true. Let me run this and click on show results and you can see the output has come true. Vice versa. If it's supposed to be true, then the output would come false. Let's do that. For example, if I will say true, Now with A or B, what should be the output? The output should be true because one of the values is true. So here the output supposed to come as false. Let's run it. Show results, and you can see the output has come as false. So it will just reverses the output of what comes. So within the parenthesis, whatever the output had come, it is reversing that. So not is for reversing the output. Getting it? The not operator reverses the boolean value of a condition. False to true, true to false. Next, we are going to learn about the fourth operator, which is AND also. What is it? AND also, which also known as short circuiting AND. So what is this short circuiting AND means? Let's read the definition. The AND also operator behaves like AND. Like the AND operator behaves, both has to be true, then the output is supposed to be true. Any one of them is false or both are false, the output would come as false. So here it works just like AND operator, but has an important difference. So what is the difference? It short circuits. What is the meaning of short circuit? Like in the current board it happens, right? The short circuit happens, then there is no current at home. Short circuit, what is this? This means that if the first condition is false, for example, A. So how it works, let me show you. For example, I'm writing A and also B. So what is the meaning? The first is a condition, this is a condition. So what is the value of A? If the value of A is true and the value of B is false. So what it says? This means that if the first condition is false, it does not evaluate the second condition at all, because the result will always be false. Now here if you see, the first condition is true, A is true, and the second condition is false. So now it will go to the second condition and also check whether that is true or not. Only if both are true, just like AND operator, then the output come as true. Let's run it first. Show results. So what happened? The output come as false. Why? Because A is true but B is not true. B value is false. That's why the output has come false here. Now let's reverse it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say this as false and this as true. Okay. Now here in this case what happens? Because the first one is false, it will not even go to the second place. This means that if the first condition is false, it does not evaluate the second condition. That is the problem. That is how it works. AND means it will evaluate both the things, but AND also it will just stop at the first one. If the first one is false, then it will not go to the second one at all. For example, if I run this, show results, you can see because the first one is false, it has directly given an output called false. It will not even evaluate the second one because both of them needs to be true. So now let's do one thing. Let's make both of them true. And let me run it. Because both of them are true, what would happen? Remember how it works. First we'll check if A is true, the first condition is true. Then it will go to the second one and also it found both are true. Because both are true, the output is supposed to come as true. Very useful operator. And also. Clear? Let's stop this. Let's learn our fifth operator. What is the fifth operator? Or else. It is not like and also, it is not or also, it is or else. Short circuiting. So how it works, let me tell you. The or else operator behaves like or operator. So how the or operator behaves? If any one of them is true, the output comes as true, A or B. So if A is true, output will come true. If B is true, output will come true. So any one of them is true, then the output is supposed to come as true. So here how it works. If the first condition is true, it does not evaluate the second condition. It will not go to the second condition at all, because the result will always be true. This is how it works. For example, here I'll keep the first condition true and I'll make the second condition false. In this case, if I'm going to run this, sorry, I did not change the condition. Let me change it to or else. Or else. Tab. So in this case, what happens? The A is true and B is false. Because A is true, one of them is true, so the final output will come true. It will not evaluate the second condition at all. Let's run it. Show results. So what happened? You can see the output has come as true. Now let's see what happens. So basically it checks how it's supposed to work when you use a or else. For example, the first condition I'll keep it as false. Okay, first condition I kept it as false, and the second I have kept it as true. Now in this case, how this will operate? It will find A is already false, then it will go to the B to see whether it's true or not. And then based on the B's value, it is going to show you whether it will be true or false. So what will happen in this case? A is false, it will go to B and it will find it's true. So the output is supposed to be true because it will work like or only. If the first condition is true, it does not evaluate the second condition because the result will always be true. If the first condition is false, then it will go to the B and check. Okay, just like how we saw and also. Let me run it. What should be the output of this one? True. Getting it? Because one of them is true. It will work like or only, just that whether it should stop at the first condition or it should go to the second condition, it checks when you use or else operator. In this case, A is false, that's why it went to B. It traveled to B and then checked, it found it true, so the condition has become true. More like a or operator, it worked. Alright, now let's move on to our next topic. Next, we are going to learn about the XOR logical exclusive OR. So what is this XOR? XOR means the XOR operator returns true if one of the condition is true. Any one of the condition, if it is true, it will work like OR only, but not both. So what is the condition? In OR operator, if both are true, then the output was coming true only. But in this case, it will not come as true, but not both. If both of them are true, then the output will come as false. If both conditions are the same, for example, true or false, if both of the conditions are true or both the conditions are false, it always returns false. That is the difference between OR and XOR. So here let's change the operator, saying XOR, and see how it works. So for example, here I would make both the condition true. Both the condition true. Let's run it. So if both the condition are true, what is the output I am expecting? False. Let's run it. Show results, and you can see the output has come as false. Same thing, if I make both the condition false, now because both are false, it returns false. So let me run it. Show results, and you can see the output has come as false. Now what would happen? For example, if I keep one of them as true, any one of them. So what it says? Returns the true if one condition is true. So if I run this, what is the output? It will come now true. You can see it has come true. So these are the 6 different operators that we have learned. Now just to brief, what are the things we have learned? The first one we have learned is the AND operator. AND operator means both the conditions should be true, then only it gives the true value. If any one of them is false, then it gives a false value. Next we have learned OR logical operator. In OR, any one of them, at least one condition is true, then the output comes as true. If both conditions are false, it returns false. Then we learned about NOT, or the logical operator. The NOT operator reverses the Boolean value of a condition. Next we have learned AND also. It works just like AND operator, like we saw, both the conditions should be true. However, there is a small difference. What is the difference? This is called short circuiting. So this means that if the first condition is false, it does not evaluate the second condition at all. The same thing goes with OR else. It just works like OR operator. However, it does not evaluate the second condition because the result, if the first condition is true, then it does not evaluate the second condition. Just check the first variable. For and also and or else, the very important variable is the first variable, or the first condition is very important. Based on that, it will decide whether I should go and check the second condition or I should not check the second condition. Okay. Next is XOR. In XOR, the only difference is when you are using a OR operator, if both the things are true, the output is comes true. But in XOR, what happens? If both the things are true or false, it always returns false. That is the only difference. What it expects, only one condition to be true, the other to be wrong, to be false. Then only it gives you a true as an output, a Boolean output. The output that comes is a Boolean output. And all this logical operator that you saw plays a very important role when you have to write code, right? When you have to write a condition. So in those conditioning, if conditions and all those, this for conditioning purpose, this logical operators plays a very, very important role. We will see as we move forward how to use them practically in various use cases. So thank you for watching. Please do comment if this logical operator was clear to you or not. Please do comment and let me know in the comment section. If you would like to start a prompt for the user where he needs to enter a name, you would like to show a input box something like this. How this can be done in VB.NET, let's see it. For this, I have taken a simple button and I'm going to double click on this button and I'm going to write the code for this button. The very first thing, we will declare a variable. After this, user equals to symbol, and the command for the input box is input box. And it follows a simple syntax. The very first thing that you have to write your prompt, what you like to show in double quote. So I'm going to write enter your name. Let's run this code and see what happens. I'm going to run this code and I'm going to click on this button. Now when this button clicked, you can see the input box or a prompt has appeared for the user. And here your message, enter your name that you have typed, has appeared exactly here. Now there are a couple of other options. On the top, if you see, the title says Microsoft Visual Basic Core. How can I put my own title? For example, I would like to keep user input box. For this, I'm going to close this. And then after your prompt, put a comma and then write in double quote whatever you like to show. For example, I would like to show user input box. Now let's run the code once again. Let me click on start and you can see the title that I provided, user input box, has appeared on the screen. You are free to put your own title based on your need. There is another option here. What if I would like to type some default option or default text? For this, let me close this prompt. And again, in the code, I'll put a comma and then write something like this. For example, type your name here. Now what happens by this? So the first one is a prompt. The second one is the input box title. And the third one is a default text. If I'm going to run this code and click on this button, you can see what happened now. You got a title, you got a prompt, and also there is something by default typed here. Something like type your name here. For example, if I'm going to type my name and I'm going to click on OK. What if I would like to see that output? Let me stop this and let's write, for example, a message box dot show. This is purely for the demonstration and understanding purpose. And here I would like to print the user input. Let me run this code. click on this button, and you can see here the user title has come, prompt has come, and the default text has appeared. Let me erase the default text and type something like this. I'm going to click on OK, and you can see the value that is there entered by the user has appeared as an output. So this is how you can carry the value wherever it's required. So this is about the input box in VB.NET. Just to recap, the syntax for the input box, the command that you are going to type is input box, and the first thing goes as a prompt, the second thing goes as a title, and the third thing goes as a default response. Prompt, the message that prompts the user for input. Title, the title of the input box window, and the default response is the default text that appears in the input box. This is optional. Next, we are going to learn a very important topic called select case. And we are going to get some practical example around select case and how it works. So I have a blank form where I have dragged and dropped a button and have updated its text property to check your grade. Now you must have already understood the example. I would like to check if a mark is entered by a student, it will tell which grade he is in. For example, I got a mark of 95, then it should tell me, okay, you got a grade A. Something like that we are going to design using a select case. Now let's double click on this button. What is a select case? First of all, everything we are going to get clarity. Now in this button, first of all, let's define a variable to accept the user input. So in the first line, I have created a variable called user input, and using the input box method, I'm asking the user to enter your mark, and there's a title to that box, and I'm having a default text enter numbers only. Now after this, let's write the select case. How the select case works, it's more like a if condition, but it has more important properties, and you can use it for various different conditions. So for example, somebody getting 80 mark, he could be having a grade B. Somebody having 30 marks, he might be considered as fail. So there are multiple conditions when it comes, then select case is the best thing to choose. To write a select case, all you have to do, simply say select case and write the variable which can hold various values and based on which you would like to take a decision. After you write it, simply hit on enter. What happens by hitting on enter, it will automatically have a end select and the select case and end select, and in between that you will get something called case. So how to use this? So all you have to do, case is greater than equals to, I'm going to say 90. If the case is greater than, if the mark is greater than 90, then I would like to print a message. I am saying if your mark is greater than or equals to 90, you got a grade A. What if a person gets something between 80 to 90? For that, all you have to do, simply write case is greater than equals to, and I'm going to write 80 and hit on enter. So automatically the indent are getting adjusted, and let's write a message. So I've written a message saying good job, you have got a B grade. What if a person gets a mark between 70 and below 80? For that, let's write one more case. So I've written a message, you got a C, try harder next time. Anyone who is having a mark 70 or until 79. So how it works, the select case. If you see, the first time when it gets a value, the value is available in the user input variable. Let's say you are entering 90. So the moment you enter 90, first it will check the condition case is greater than equals to 90. If it meets, then it is going to show you this message. Let's say it does not meet. Then it'll go to the next line and it'll see, okay, is it greater than equals to 80? Like that will flow. Let's say I'm entering 70, or let's say I'm entering 72 as a mark. Then what happens? This case will not work. The second case also will not work because the condition doesn't meet. And the third case, 72 is greater than equals to 70. So this condition will become true and this output will appear. This is how the select case works. Now imagine somebody has got a mark which is greater than 60. So I would like to give a D grade, right? 62 below 70. So for that, let's write. So here, for anyone who is getting 60 and below 70, they will receive a message saying you got a D grade. What if anything else, anything below 60, I would like to mark it as a grade F, or I would like to say you have failed, for example. So here, the last important keyword is case else and hit enter. So here you can write some default message box dot show, and I'm going to tell you have failed and got a grade F. So something like this. For learning purpose, this is what we have done. So now you must have understood how the select case is written. Pretty simple. Select case and then you write the variable. Now the question is, in the select case, you cannot use a end variable. All these things are not allowed. The select case will only handle a single variable, and based on its value you can mention different things. If you have to handle multiple different variables with end clause and other clauses, then if activity is the right one. You can go with the if condition, if activity, or the if right, with the if command you can go with. Now here we are using the select case command. All right, now let's run this and see how it works. I'm going to run it. All right, I'm going to click on check your grade, and here it has prompted me enter your mark, enter numbers only, user input box, all these things we have designed. Now let's say I'm going to enter 95 and click on OK. So you can see it has said excellent, you have got an A. Let's enter some of the mark. Let me enter, let's say 82. Click on OK. You can see it given me a message, good job, you have got a B. Let's enter some of the mark, for example 78. So you can see it said you got a C, try harder next time. If I enter, let's say something like 63, click on OK. It gave me a message, you got a D grade. Let me enter something like let's say 52, click on OK. It said you have failed and got a grade F. For rest of the other things, it will give this as a default message if all the four conditions does not meet. And you can imagine the practical use of the select case in many of your practical examples. So this is one of the example. You can think of the temperature, right? If the temperature is greater than 35 degrees Celsius, you would like to say it is very hot. So something like that, right? If it is below 15 degree, you can say it's cold. If it is less than 0, you can, or 0, you can say it is freezing. So something like that also you can design using the select case. Try this out and let me know in the comment box whether you have understood the select box completely or not. If yes, simply type yes and let me know in the comment section. Thank you for watching. Let's move on to our next topic. Next, we are going to learn about if statement in Visual Basic.NET. For this, I am on a blank form. The very first tool that I'm going to drag and drop is a label. Then I'm going to provide a name to the label. Next, I'm going to drag and drop a text box. Next, I'm going to drag and drop a button. And let's name the button as greetings, or I'll say greet. So what happens if a person enters their country name, for example, India, and if you click on greet, it will greet you in Hindi, Namaste. Similar way, if a person enters any other language, let's say Spanish, German, French, any country name that you enter, the moment you click on greet, it is going to greet the person in the country's language. So let's see how we can program this. For this, I'm going to double click on the greet button and now remove the properties panel at the moment and start writing the code. What I need a variable to store the country name. Let's create a variable. So the variable is created. Now how do you pass the value of the country name? Remember, the user enters the country name in the text box. So you have to use the dot text property of the text box to pass the value. Let's see how you can do this. So this way, whatever the person has entered in the text box, the value will be passed to the string country name variable. The very first thing, let's learn how to write the if statement. I'm going to say if and hit on space and use your variable name. So here the variable name is country name. I'm going to hit on tab. And then what is your condition? So for that I'll use a equals to symbol and then write the value. So the country name, if it is India, then what you want, right? Now look at it. What is wrong here? So here I am said if string country name equals to India, then what would you like to do? You have to write it. So let's say I would like to show a message box. So I'll say message box dot show, and then I'm going to type a message. Let's say Namaste. This is what the message I would like to show. Now what you see on my screen, it is a single liner if statement. What it is? It is a single liner if statement. Everything is written in single line. And you can see very well how it is written. It's more like how you talk. If country name equals to India, then show the message Namaste. You can see how pretty simple the statement is. Now let's run this and see what happens. Let me run it. Okay, so the box has appeared. Let me enter a value here. Let me enter India and hit on greet. So what I'm seeing, Namaste as an output I am seeing. Now what if I type India in capital letter? Let's say I'm typing like this. Click on greet. Now you can see nothing is happening. Is there something wrong in my code or something else I have to change here? Look at it. When I'm typing India in capital, the same thing is not working. The moment I type India this way, it works. Now what is wrong here? Let's go back to the code. Remember, the value that you supply here is case sensitive. What it is? It is case sensitive. And the user that enters the value in the text box, he can enter any which ways he wants while typing. So what we will do, we will slightly change the code. I'm going to use the same variable and going to use another method called toUpper. So what is the meaning of toUpper? Is going to take that value, whatever value he is entering, and everything is going to convert into uppercase. So that means my output should be equals to everything in uppercase. So what I have written, India in uppercase. Now this way it can deal two different situations. Let me run it again. For example, I'm typing India in this way and hit on greet. You can see it is showing me the message. If I type India in capital, doesn't matter how you enter, it is going to convert everything to uppercase. You can see Namaste has appeared. So it can handle various dynamic situations now. Now let's do one thing. Let's go to Google. So we have got few countries and how they say it. Okay. So Namaste. Now in France, they say bonjour. So different languages are there. Let's take the example of France now. Let's go back to our code. Now all I have to do, this is a single liner. because I have to deal with multiple countries, I have to write multi-liner if statement. So what you do, keep the mouse cursor before message box and hit on enter. So you can see the moment I do this, Visual Basic .NET automatically adds the end if to it. This is the if and end if. Now in between, let's say I would like to write few more conditions. So how will you write? Else if. What is this? Else if, and then I will say string country name equals to, in double quote, I am going to say France. Okay. And if you have to deal the same way, 2.upper, let's say that 2 upper and write everything in capital. Okay. And I'll say then you show a message box and what would you like to show? Go back to Google. Let me copy this and simply paste it here. Understanding how the if and else if is written. Pretty simple. Now let's run it once. Save it, run it. Now let me type France, hit on greet. You can see bonjour. This is how the greet has appeared. Similar way for multiple countries. Let me do it for one more country. I'll write again else if. The same statement, we can also copy paste the same statement entirely. Copy. And here I'm going to paste it. And all I have to do, change it. Let's go back to Google. Let's say Spanish, hola. I'll take this. So I'll copy this word hola. So instead of bonjour, I'm going to paste it here. And the country name is for Spain. So I'll say capital Spain. So this is how you will continue for multiple countries if you would like to show it. Let me hit on enter. Let me save it and run it. Let me type Spain, greet, and you can see hola. So you can see how your code is slowly improving, and as many countries you would like to include, you can include. Let's say once it is done, for any other country that you have not included, how would you like to show the message? So I'm going to keep the mouse cursor here, hit on enter and simply say else and hit on enter. So automatically the alignment will happen. Now here I would like to show a message which would be a blank message. So I'll copy this, paste it, and simply I say hello. For anyone where you have not coded for that country, it will by default it is going to say hello. Let's see how it works. Let me save this and run this code. And let's say I'm going to say the country name is UK. Greet, it's a hello. Let me say country name is Japan. Any country that you have not added into the code, it is going to show hello. Let me type France. Greet, you can see bonjour. So now you can see how the application is smart enough to speak the way it is designed, to greet the way it is designed. So this is how you can continue to write more number of else if statement to ensure you occupy more number of countries. So this is a way to, as a beginner, to learn how the if statement works. Next, we are going to learn for loop. To learn for loop, all I have done, I have taken a button and named it as for loop. Let's double click on this and get straight onto the code. Now to understand for loop, first of all, let's create a variable. So I have created a variable called I, which is more like a counter variable we are going to use for a loop. Looping means what? It will start, for example, I give 1 to 5. So it is going to start the loop from first, second, third, 4, 5, and the loop will break automatically. So how do you write this looping concept? Let's understand. Now how you have written a if activity, do you remember? You used if, then a variable name, for example, a equals to 5, then print something, right? So similar way, for every command that you are going to learn in Visual Basic, only thing you have to remember, you have to start with the keyword and then write the variable name, then use a equals to symbol and write your thing. So for example, here I would like to count or loop from 1 to 5. So I will say 1 to 5, pretty simple, and hit enter. Baby.net is going to add this next automatically for you. Pretty simple, you can see, pretty simple. I equals to 1 to 5 and next. That's all. And then let's understand how the looping works. Let's use a message box and try to print it. So here I'm trying to print the I value. Initially, what is the value? When the loop continues, how the values changes, let's see that. For this, I'm going to run the code and I'm going to click on for loop. Now you can see the very first value which has appeared is 1. Why? Because we have given the loop to start from 1 till 5, 1 to 5. So 1 has come, 2 has come, 3 has come, 4 has come, and 5 has come. And if you click on OK now, the loop is automatically breaking. So we have got a clear understanding how this looping works. What if, can I type from 5 to 1? Is it possible with the same code? Let's run it. Click on for loop and you can see nothing is happening. Nothing is really happening. I'm trying to click. So what is the change we have to do to the code when I have to go backwards? So there is a command here I'm going to use called step -1. So I would like to go one step backwards. So when I'm going to run this particular command now, let's see what is the output comes. For loop, the very first value, because I have given 5 to 1, so 5 has appeared. Click on OK. 4 has appeared, 3 has appeared, 2 has appeared, 1 has appeared, and 1 is the last point. If you click OK, the loop automatically breaks. So these two things we have understood. What if I want to print, for example, 0 to 10? 0 to 10 I want to print. However, I would like to print step by 2, not by 1, step by 2. So what would happen in this case? Tell me. The output, the first printing would happen 0 plus 2. That means 2 will come, then 3 will come, then 4 will come, then 6 will come, then 8 will come. So all the even numbers including 0 will be printed. So let's run this code. Click on the for loop. So what happened? The very first value that you have given in the loop to start from 0, that has been printed. After that, it's going to add 2. So 0 plus 2. The output is 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. Now you can see it has printed all the even numbers including 0. The same thing you can also do opposite way. For example, I would like to start from 10 and I would like to go up to 0, for example. And then I would like to go backward, -2. Simple. Let's run the code. Click on for loop. So the very first value which has come is 10, 8, 6, 4, 2, and 0. So this is how we have printed backwards. Now many times you may not be interested to print it while the loop is running. Rather, you would like to print the output directly. I'm going to show you one technique. Let's create a variable. So I've created a variable output as string, and I'm going to delete this entire code and I'm going to write a new code in place of this. So what I have written here is output is the variable. Initially it will have no values. So the very first print that will do is 10 because i.toString is 10, and then environment new line is going to type it below. So it will create a enter. And then the next print, the output already contains 10. So 10 and i.toString. So the next value will be 8 minus 2. So it will print 10 and 8 together with the environment new line. So below that is going to type. Now let's see the output, how it appears by using a message box. So I have written message box.show and print the output at the end of the loop. Let's run it. and click on for loop, and you can see my entire output has been printed at the end. So what happened? I got 10, 8, 6, 4, 2, 0, and I got the entire output at the end rather than clicking on OK multiple times while the loop is running. So these are some of the techniques that you have learned for the loop called for loop. And the only thing you have to remember, whenever you write, you should remember the keyword. For example, when you write if, so if a equals to, if you write for I equals to, end the step, because it has to go through a loop. That's why you are writing the 2, right? So 10 to 0. Next, we are going to have an exercise using for loop and if statement in VB.NET. Now, before we get started, let me show you one of the program which I have created. Let me first give a demo and help you understand what is this program is all about. I'm going to run the program. You can see the program has a label which says find how many odd and even numbers present inside a range. Let me click on run the program. So the very first question it asks, enter the lower number. For example, I am entering 1 as my lower number. I am going to click on OK. Then it is asking me enter the max number. Let's say the max number I am going to enter 3. So the lower number is 1, the max number is 3. The moment I am going to click on OK, what it tells me, in that range from 1 to 3, there was one even number found. One even number found. If I click on OK, it says 2 odd numbers found. So between 1 to 3, 1 is the odd number, 3 is the odd number, 2 is the even number. So total count of odd numbers is 2 and total count of even number was 1. Let me run the program once again. For example, I'm giving the lower number as, for example, 1. And I'm going to give the max number as, for example, 10. You can give any number. Click on OK. Now what is happening? Here it tells me between the range 1 till 10, I have 5 even numbers. There are 5 even numbers found and 5 odd numbers found. Let's change the range slightly a bit. Let me say 2 is the lower number and let's say 17 is my max number. So you can see it quickly tells me there are 8 even numbers found and 8 odd numbers found. So it is able to calculate how many even and odd numbers are present. So what you do, we have already learned how to use the for loop and how to use the if statement. What you do, pause the video from here and start coding on your own. Start coding on your own, and after a few minutes you can unpause this video and see how I have built the solution. Remember, the solution built by person might differ. You might have a different logic, I might have a different logic. That doesn't matter. What matters whether it is giving the right output to you or not. So I'm going to show you the logic. I have built this, but I want you to pause here and complete the exercise on your own. If you need help, please unpause the video and see the programming how I have done. Now is the time for me to show you how I have built this program. So what I've done, first of all, I have declared 3 variables, I, low, I, max. These 2 variables are used for the input box, enter the lower number, and I max to enter the max number. So whatever you enter 1 and 3 or 1, that range is getting stored between these 2 variables. Next, I have taken I as integer as a to run through the loop. So if you see here, I've started a loop with the I variable, and the first one low, that means let's say I'm entering 1 and the max number I'm entering 3. So 1 comes in the lower and 3 comes in the max. So the range is 1 to 3. So the loop is going to run. Now when the loop starts, I have used a if activity. And this if activity, if you see what it does, it takes the mod, the remainder. If you divide the number by 2 and you get a remainder 0, that means it's an even number. And if this condition is true, then what it does, I have created a variable called even counter as integer, odd counter as integer. So the even counter, if it is even, then the counter is incrementing by 1. If it is an odd number, else, so I have used the else statement, odd counter plus equals to 1. Okay, now here the for each loop is closed. Now what happened at the end of the result, it will have the values for even counter and it will have the values for the odd counter. At the end, what I'm doing, I'm simply printing this number, even counter ampersand, and there's a space, colon, even numbers found, odd numbers found. So how many even number found and how many odd number found. So this is the logic I have used. So comment and tell me how many of you were able to complete this exercise successfully. Please do comment in the comment section of the video. Next, we are going to learn about do while loop in Visual Basic. First of all, let's declare a variable. So how do we declare? Dim x as integer. Do while loop. It's another looping concept. How do you write the syntax? It's pretty simple. Simply say do and then type while and then write the variable. Let's say I'm taking the variable here as x. X less than equals to 5. So this is the condition that I'm putting. Do while x value is less than equals to 5. Then if you hit enter, automatically you will see the construct do while loop, everything will be automatically appearing in your Visual Studio. So now this is the loop. In between whatever you write, it's going to repeat until this condition is true. Until this condition is true, it is going to repeat. So by default, when I say x as integer, the default value would be 0. It is good to explicitly declare the value. So let me put some value here. X is equal to 0. So do while x is less than equals to 5 and I'm in a loop. So anything I write here would be looped. Let me do something. Let's write a message box. Simply type message box.show and within the parenthesis, let's write the variable x. Done. Now come out and hit enter. So automatically, if you could see, the message box which was the indent was towards the left is automatically getting adjusted. Now what is more important here, I am going to show you. Now here if you see, the loop is complete. You had a variable whose value was 0 and then here you are saying x is until x is less than equals to 5, you show this message. Now what is wrong in the code, I'm going to first show you. Let me save this code and run the code. If I'm going to run this, what happened? The value 0 has come. It is printing the value 0. But if you click on OK, you can see it is getting into an infinite loop. This is called an example of an infinite loop where you have not given a criteria for the loop to exit. You can see it will continue forever. Now, how do you avoid this kind of an infinite loop? For this, I'm going to first stop the program. Okay, I have to stop the program because it has gone through an infinite loop. And why is it happening? X is 0 and the value we are not incrementing. We're not increasing the value. That's why it is happening. So let's increase the value. So what is the code? How do you write? X, then you can write plus equals to 1. What is the meaning of this? That means you are increasing the variable value of x by 1. So initial value is 0, then it will become 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 like that. So now understand the logic here. First it's going to write 0, then the value of x is going to become 1, right? And then come here, 1 is less than equals to 5. Yes, the condition is true. Then it's come inside and it is going to print 1, again 2, 3, 4. Now after 4, it has printed 4. Now it will come here, it will become 5. So the loop will come here and it will say, okay, 5 is less than equal to 5, condition is true. Then 5 is going to be written here. 5 is written. Then the next value will become 6. Now 6 is less than equals to 5. No, the condition is not true. Until this condition is true, it is going to do whatever you have written inside the loop. That is the concept. The moment the condition is untrue or false, that time it is not going to execute this. Let's save this code and quickly run it and understand how the printing happens. I'm going to hit on run, and you can see the very first value has come 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Click on OK. Getting it? So you can see the loop has worked. I'm going to close this. Now what would happen if I'm going to simply say while x is equal to 5? Now in this case, let's also write something below this. I'm going to say message box dot show, and I would say loop closed. Okay, so outside of the loop, I'm just printing a message box just to understand when the loop is getting closed. Now think what is going to happen here. X is equal to 5. Now this condition will never be met at all. Will the loop work? Answer is no. Let me run it. And you can see loop closed. So the loop didn't even went through because the condition is not at all met. You getting it? It all depends what you write here in the condition. So what was our earlier condition? This one. Let's put it back. There is also another version of how you can write a do while. How you can write? I can also take this one and I'm going to run it. I'm going to paste it here. Last time what happened when I was saying x is equal to 5, the loop didn't even run once. In this case, what happens when you put the condition below, it gives the code a chance to do at least one what is written in the body of that loop. So here if you see, it is going to print 0, then it will become 1, and this condition is not met, so the looping will not happen. But what happened here? At least once it has printed. Let us run this. Run. So you can see the 0 is getting printed. It got printed. Now if I click on OK, then loop getting closed. You understanding how the way you define your condition, that's how it is going to work. So understanding your loop, how it works is absolutely important. You can continue to do more experiments and practice the do while. Next, we are going to learn how do you exit a for loop. Is it a necessity for us to exit a loop? Yes, sometimes. I'm going to give you an example and going to teach you how you can exit a for loop. So I am on a blank form and here I have kept a button. I'm going to double click on the button and the private sub has appeared. Now let's write the for loop. How do you write the for loop? So for that you have to say for, then you need to have a variable. Let me declare it as integer, and then you say equals to, and you put a counter. Let's say I'm giving a counter called 1, 2, 3 as a counter. So this is how you write a loop. And in the body, this part is called body. And in the body, you would write whatever you like to do. You would like to show a message box. You would like to write some condition. Everything can be written in the loop. That means while the loop is running, what exactly would you like to do? It should be written in the body of the for loop. Now let me create some space, create some body. Now in this one, let me give you an example. Let's say I would like to ask the user, what is the capital of India? That is the question I'm going to ask. And he would have 4 options and he has only 3 attempts. So the loop will run 3 times. So that means it will give him 3 options even If he goes wrong, it will give him 3 options. If his answer is correct, I want to exit out of the loop. So how do we do it? For this, what you need a variable to hold the value of the input, right? You would like to show a prompt to the user, and when he enters the answer, you would like to store it. So I will create a variable called a as string and leave it. Now here, let's use this a variable equals to, I'm going to say input box, and let's ask the question, what is the capital of India? What is the capital of India? And here I'll give some options. So in the options, let's write few city names of India: Mumbai, New Delhi, Goa, Pune. So I've written few cities of India. So out of this, one answer is correct. So this is going to give him the prompt. So once you give the prompt, the user will enter some amount, so some value, sorry. It will enter some value. For example, he might enter Mumbai, New Delhi, Goa, Pune, right? These are the options you have given, and he might enter one of them. So here what you need a if condition to validate whether his answer is right or wrong. So what I will do, I'll simply say if a dot to upper. Why I'm doing to upper? He might type in various ways. So I would like to convert everything to uppercase and then compare with the value if his answer is New Delhi. If his answer is New Delhi, whatever he enters, however he enters, it will convert to upper and check if his answer is New Delhi. Then what I would like to show, I would like to show him correct. Your answer is right, or correct. New Delhi is the capital of India. So I would use a message box and I would write correct. New Delhi is the capital of India. Correct. So this is what I would like to show. Now, if this answer is correct, I don't want the same question to be shown him again. I would like to exit. So this is where you are learning how will you exit a loop. So you have to simply say exit 4. That's all, and hit enter. So exit 4. So you started with 4. You are in a loop, and here you are saying exit 4. So that means if this is met, if it comes inside this block, it is going to exit it. Clear? Now there's also another condition here, else. So simply type else and hit on escape, hit enter. What if the answer is wrong? Then you would like to say incorrect, try again. Message box dot show. I would show incorrect, try again. Okay, so now if you look at the entire looping, how it works. So you have started your for loop, right? And there's an exit here. If this condition met, then this block of code will run. The moment it runs here, it comes here, it will going to exit the loop. It is not going to continue. In case his answer is wrong, then it is going to come here and show incorrect, try again. Again, the loop will continue. How many times? I have given 3 times. So 3 times it's going to continue. So 3 chances the user would have before he could answer a correct one. Let's save this, run it. All right, I'm going to click on run and you can see the question. What is the capital of India? Options are Mumbai, New Delhi, Goa, Pune. So let's say I'm going to enter a wrong answer. Let's say I'm entering Goa. So what happens? Incorrect, try again. It gave me another option, second option. Let me try something wrong once again. Let me say Mumbai, hit enter. Incorrect, try again. Let me try some wrong answer once again. So I am saying Pune, or I'm typing something else. Okay. So the moment I do this, what happens? It's showing incorrect. Click on OK, and the program has closed itself. Why? Because the counter, the loop is set to 3. So 3 attempts has been given to the user and it is exiting automatically as per the loop. Now what if I am going to give a correct answer? For example, first let me enter a wrong answer, Goa. So this is my first attempt went wrong. Let me give the right answer now. Let's say New Delhi, and I'm going to click on OK. You can see correct, New Delhi is the capital of India. At this point, when you click on OK, the loop is not going to work anymore. It's going to exit the loop. The moment you say, the moment I clicked on OK, it has exited the loop. So this is the concept behind the for loop and exit. So the keyword that you have learned in this one is exit. Similar way, we can also do this. This exit can be applied for do while conditionals, do while loop. There also we can use exit. So let's see how that can be done. Next, we are going to learn the do loop. How do you exit the do loop? You have already seen this example in the exit for loop. Now all I am going to do, I am going to remove the for loop. I am going to delete and I'm delete the next. All I will do, I'll simply use a do loop. So I'll simply say do, and then below this I will write loop. Okay, so do loop. Now how it works? So when you're using a do loop, it will first start from here, do, then it is going to prompt the user, then it will check whether the user has entered the New Delhi as the right answer or not. Message box, it will say correct. Now if it is correct, all I want to exit do. That's the code. So all you have to do, simply exit do. Else it will show message box incorrect, try again. Now what is the benefit of this? In the for loop, we were limiting the number of attempts. I'm limiting it to 3 last time. In this one, I'm giving unlimited option for him to try, unlimited times. For example, let us run this code. I'm going to run the code now and let us enter some wrong answers. Okay, I'm just randomly typing something. You can see incorrect. I'm typing again, incorrect. I'm typing something again, incorrect. So you can see it is giving me unlimited number of attempts. I can try as many times I want. So if you wanted to, so you could understand the difference now. In the for each loop, you have a limited, and in this one, you can give unlimited options. So you can see I've typed so many times, but the program is still on. Let me type the right answer. For example, New Delhi, and I'm going to click on OK. Correct. New Delhi is the capital of India. Now you can see this is how the do while exit works. So the moment I've given the right answer, it has exited out of the loop. This is the do loop with the exit condition we have written. First of all, let's understand what is an array in VB.NET. So array is a data structure. Like you have integer, strings, right? Data types is a data structure that can store a fixed size sequence of elements of the same type. For example, I would like to store all the fruit names. So what is the data type? It's a string. And you would like to store multiple fruits in one variable. For that, we will use an array. So array are useful for storing multiple values in a single variable. That is the use. So let's see practically how it works. Let us first declare a variable. So I'll say dim, and then let's type a variable called fruits, and the variable type I will say as string. Pretty simple how we declare a variable. Now what is the difference when you have to create an array? I'll show you. For example, if I say equals to and use the braces, the curly braces, and start using, within that, let me type few fruit names. For example, let's start with orange, comma, let's say banana, comma, and then let's say apple. So I have stored 3 variables. Now if you see, this still having an error. Why? This you have created a variable and storing multiple values. So it is not allowing you to store multiple values. How would you allow it? All you have to do, after the fruits variable, use a parenthesis symbol. So this symbol represents it's an array variable. So array means now you can see the error has gone and it is allowing you to store multiple values in a single variable. So fruits is the variable and this tells you this is an array, and these are the values stored inside the variable. Now, how do I print these values? For example, let me say message box dot show, and within the parenthesis, let's write the variable name. So fruits. Now remember, it has got 3 elements at the moment within the array. So it's a fixed size. So we have fixed the size of the variable to contain 3 elements. Now what I will do, to access the very first element within the parenthesis, you have to write 0. Remember, in an array, the first value that you're storing, this represents the index number 0. Index number means the starting number 0, 1, 2. Even though there are 3 elements, the count, the index number starts from 0. So when I say 0, that means it is going to print orange on the screen. Let's save this and run the code. If I run it, what is the output I have got? Orange. And why it is giving orange? Because I am trying to print the index value 0. So whatever is there in the 0 position, that you print. So 0 position, what is there? Orange. In first position, what is there? Banana. If I change this to 1 and try to run it, it will print the value that is there in the first position, which is banana. Similar way, if I type 2 here and try to run the code, what happened? Apple has come. Now think, what if I'm going to type 3 here? So in the position number 3, as I said, the position starts from 0, 0, 1, 2. Now in the third position, we don't have anything. So what would happen if you type like this? If I'm going to run the code, you can see it has given an error. What is this error talks about? Index was outside the bounds of the array. It is outside the boundary of the array. So your boundary is fixed size. So you have put 0, 1, 2. The moment you're trying to print anything outside of this range or outside of this boundary, this gives this error. Index was outside the bounds of the array. Let me close this. So now you have understood how it works. Now what if I type one more fruit name? Okay, for example, orange, banana, apple, let's say kiwi. Now if I'm going to run the code, you will see last time we got an error. Now kiwi is getting printed. That means it has the value. So 0th position we have orange, first position banana, second apple, and third kiwi. So that's how it is printing. Great. Now there's another function I am going to show you. Let's say I would like to understand what is the length of this. Length means how many values are there. Do not get confused. When I say position, I am talking about 0, 1, 2, 3. When I say length, it will count 1, 2, 3, 4. These are the two differences you should remember. So how to print the length? I'll say message box dot show, and within parenthesis, let's write the variable and simply use a method called length. All you have to say, simply type length, hit on tab. Now if I'm going to run this, what is the output it is going to show me? What is the total length? The total length is 4. Okay, so number of elements that I exactly have is 1, 2, 3, 4. However, the position starts from 0, 1, 2, 3. This is the only difference you need to remember. When I say position or index, the number starts from 0. When I say length, it is a normal count, 1, 2, 3, 4. Clear? All right. Now, how do I loop through all of this and print all of them? Let's say first you should print orange, banana, apple, and kiwi. For that, let's use the for loop. So I'll say for I as integer equals to. So generally how you do it, the for each loop, you start a number because we know the position starts from 0. So I'll first start from 0 to, then what we can do, we can smartly type like this, fruits dot length minus 1. Why I'm saying -1? Because the output of fruits.length is 4. -1 becomes 3. So 0 to 3. So 0, 1, 2, 3. This is how it works. Hit enter. Automatically VB.NET is going to write the next for you. Now here let's print something. Now to print, I'll use the message box dot show, and then let's print it. So how do you print it? Simply write the variable name, the array variable name, and within parenthesis, this one we will make it dynamic by typing I, because I is the counter variable which is going to hold the first value 0, 1, 2, 3 like that. So when the loop is running, first it is going to print orange, second it's going to print banana, apple and kiwi in this order. So let's save this and run the code. And you can see the very first value has come orange, banana, apple and kiwi. And the loop is complete. Let's close the program. We are going to see about the 2D array. So what is a 2D array, guys? A 2D array has two dimensions, typically rows and columns. So when I say rows and columns, you can imagine a Excel. Just imagine this rows 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 1, 2, 3 is first row, your second row and third row. Similar way you have columns. This is one column, 1, 4, 7 is column. This is another column, this is another column. So 2D array means which has rows and columns. Then how do you declare this? To declare a 2D array, all you have to use within the parenthesis, use a comma. And then the index number of this starts from 0. I am going to explain everything. Let's first of all go to Visual Basics and start declaring a 2D array. How do you do it? I will type dim and let's give some name. For example, I'll say table. And within parenthesis, if you don't put a comma, this becomes a simple array, single dimensional array. If I put a comma, what happens? This becomes a two-dimensional array, 2D array. 2D array means it has rows and columns, just like an Excel. Now, here what I'm going to do, I'm going to declare, okay, you have declared the variable. Now, what should be the data type? Is it a string? Is it going to be integer? I'm going to keep it as integer. All right. And then you have to use a equals to symbol. How you declare an array? You use curly braces. When there are multiple values, you are using curly braces. Now within the curly braces, how would you declare rows and columns? See, there are multiple values in one row. We saw it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So for that, all you do, again use one more curly braces inside this. And then type your values. So what is that? 1, 2, 3. So the first row we have written. Then once you have written the first row, use a comma. And then write your second row. Again curly braces. 4, 5, 6. Done. Similar way, once this row is complete, use one more comma, curly braces. And then here you will write 7, 8, 9. That's all. Now this doesn't look like the Excel rows and table. So what you can do, just to make it appear proper, keep your mouse pointer here, hit enter. And then after the comma, I'll hit enter. And again after this comma, I'll hit enter. So what happened now? Now it looks more like, I'll put one more enter here. So now it looks like rows and columns. You get a view of it. Next, we need to know how to print any value. For example, if I ask you, can you print 1 from the 2D array? Now for this, This concept is very important. Let me show you the notepad. In the notepad, I said something about indexing. Indexing means position number. VB.NET arrays are zero based, meaning that indexing starts from 0. Generally, we count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? We start from 1. But here, the index number always starts from 0. So what does that mean? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is your 0th row. This is your first row. This is your second row. This is your 0th column. This is your first column. This is your second column. Now, if I ask you, what is the position of 1? It is available in the 0th row and 0th column. Now, with this concept, let's go back to Visual Basic and try to print this. Let me type message box dot show, and within the parenthesis, first we have to use the variable table, because table variable contains it, and again use parenthesis. The rule is you have to first write the position of row. So row position is 0, comma, then you have to write the position of column, which is 0. So in 0 row and 0 column, what is available? 1 is available. Let us print it. So if you see, if I'm going to run it, the output that has come is 1. Now the concept should be clear. Let's say if I ask you, what is the position of 2? So it is in 0th row and first column, 0 and first. So what I will do, instead of here I will say 0 and 1. So the first position is for the row. It is still in the 0th row, but the column number has changed to 1. If I'm going to run this, then you can see it has printed 2 this time. Let me ask you one more question. Let's say I would like to print 8. What should be the position? You tell me. So count from 0, 1, 2. So the position number of 8 where it is available, the row count is 2. And in which column it exists? 0, 1. So it exists in the 1 column. So now if I'm going to print it, the output should give me 8. Simple. So all you have to do is remember this way. You have to count from 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2. And let's say if I wanted to print 6. So what is the position of the row? 1. What is the position of the column? 2. So if I write 1, 2, 1, 2 and try to print this, what is the output that I'm going to expect this time? 6. To start a console app, I'm going to open the Visual Studio 2022. Here you have the option create a new project. I'm going to click on this. And then this is how you normally find. You would find all the desktop options here. On the top panel, check what are the options I've selected. Visual Basic. Here I have Windows, or you can say all platforms. And then here in the desktop, select, there is something called console. Once you have selected console, you would see two different options. One says console app, which is a cross platform. It can run on different platforms like Mac OS, Windows, Linux. And the other one is the .NET framework, which can only work on Windows. So based on the need, you can select. I would go with the cross platform, which can work on Windows and also the other platforms. I'm going to select this and then click on next. After that, you have to provide a name. I'm going to leave it as it is at the moment and hit on next. It is going to ask you to select the framework. I'm going to leave it as it is. This is the long-term support .NET 8.0. I'm going to click on create. And the moment it launches, this is how it would appear. Now let us understand what you have to use in the console. For example, earlier we have seen when we are trying to run, it was opening the form and you are clicking on it, and then you're showing the output in the message box. Now the console.writeLine, what it does, if I'm going to run this particular code, you would see the command line interface opens up, and the thing that you would like to do, that's get printed out. Let's do something else. For example, in our last video, we have learned how to create a 2D array. Let's create a 2D array. For example, I'm saying dim table, comma, as integer. And then within the curly braces, I have to put another curly braces. Let's write few values. I've written 1, 2, 3. Put a comma. Again use curly braces, and I'm writing 4, 5, 6. So I've created a two-dimensional array here. Now let's say I would like to print one of the value. Let's say I would like to print the value 5. Now this 5, if you organize this in this order, you'll be able to know the position of 5. Okay, it's more like an Excel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So what is the position of 5? It is in the row number 1 and in the column number 1. So 1, 1. So if I have to print in the console, all I have to do is I have to write console.writeLine, console.writeLine. And within the parenthesis, let's write the variable name, which is table. And again, within the parenthesis, we are going to mention the position. So position is 1, 1. If you are not aware of the concept, I have a previous video where you can watch in detail what is a 2D array and how do you create it. Let's run this. So what is happening? The output here has printed 5. So if you would like to run your program on a console like the command prompt window, then you can use the project. You have to start your project in the console, and then you can continue your programming learning. On my screen, I have a table which has got few numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, and then until 15. If I ask you in this table how many columns you have, you will answer me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there are 5 columns. How many rows we have? 1, 2, 3 rows we have. In VB.NET, is there a way to understand if a table is provided, what is the length of columns, how many columns I have and how many rows I have? Yes, so there is a method I'm going to show you. Let's first write console.writeLine. I'm using a console app, and here I would say, let's say I would like to print number of rows. Okay, how many number of rows it has, I want to print. I'll use a plus symbol. I'll use a plus symbol, and then I'm going to take the variable name. What is the variable name? Table. Dot, there is a method you need to remember. There's a function you have to remember, which is get length. What is it? Get length. So what this get length would do, it can tell you how many rows and how many columns it has. So what you do after writing get length, use a parenthesis. And within the parenthesis, if you would like to know the rows, you have to write 0. Okay, because its entire thing is a string, I'll convert this to string because that will come in a double or integer value. So I'll convert this to string. Similar way, let's say I would like to know the columns. Copy paste, and we will change the value here saying columns. Very important, when it comes to column, what is the value you have to provide? 1. So 0 represents your rows, 1 represents your columns. That is the only thing you need to remember. Now if I'm going to run this, let's see how the output is coming. So what it said, the number of rows you have is 3 correct? 1, 2, 3, and number of columns you have is 5. Clear? So we got the output. Now let's say, let us change it. Let me add 110 at the end. So let's say I'm putting one more 0 here, comma, and the length of the array has to be the same. So you can see everywhere the red mark has come because I've added 2 zeros, extra zeros here. So the length has increased. Okay. So what is the length now? Sorry, how many number of columns we have? We have 6 columns at the moment. So let me run it. What is the output? Number of columns is 6. Number of rows remains the same. What if I'm going to delete this particular row? The third row I'm going to delete. Okay. So now how many rows I have? I have 2 rows. So the output should be number of rows is 2, number of columns is 6. Before we learn the nested for loop, let's understand the table. So here, how many rows do I have? 2 rows I have. How many columns I have? Around 5 columns I have. And how the index number starts? For example, with respect to index number, this will start from 0, 1. So 0, 1 are the 2 rows. And how many columns we have? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. These concepts we have covered. Now let's understand. If I ask you, print the value 9. So how will you write? Console dot write line, and then you will take the variable name, which is table, and then here the format is you have to write the index number of row and the index number of column. So what is the index number of row? 0, 1. So you will say 1 is the index number of row. And where exactly 9 is present? In which index number? Again, you will start your count for columns 0, 1, 2, 3. Right? So it is in the 0, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. So it is in the third position. Now if I'm going to run this code, what output I would get is 9. Do you see? The 9 has appeared. Okay. So 9 is appearing on my screen. You can see it pretty well. All right. Let me close it. Now, what is the goal here? The goal is using a nested loop. I need to print 1 till 10. Using a nested loop, I want to print from 1 to 10. So you will use a for loop for this. Let's start using the for loop 4 and I as integer. Instead of I would rather say R. R represents your row as integer. You can give a proper variable name equals to. How do you write a loop? You will start your first number from where you would like to start. I would start from 0 because our index number starts from 0. 2, you can manually provide this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So index number should end at, number of rows, right? 1, 2. So the index number should be ending at 1. Clear? So 0 to 1. And then I will loop through the columns. So I'll again write 4 column. I'm representing C as integer. And here I would say 0 to, how many columns we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1 less, that is 4, 0 to 4. Now I have got 2 loops. To print it, I'll simply say console dot write line, and I'll use the variable table, and I have to provide R comma C. Now think on this. What is going to happen? So initially, when the first loop runs, what is the row value? 0. Then it comes to this line. So again, there is another loop. So what happened? The value of R would remain 0. And the value of C would be keep on changing. So first it will be 0, then it will become 1, 2, 3, 4. So one loop is completed. Then it will come back to the parent loop. In the parent loop, the value will become 1. Again, it will come to the child loop. And here again, it will start from 0 to 4. So the R value this time will be 1 and the C will be constantly changing. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that way, if you see, it is going to print all my table values one by one. Okay, so let's save this and run it. So you can see on my screen, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 has been printed. Now understand how it works. The understanding is important. When the first loop ran for r as integer 0 to 1, what is the value of r? 0. So 0 comma 0. So that value is nothing but 1. Then what happened here? Just focus on this. Just focus what should be the value of r and c. Now the c value will become 1. So 0 comma 1. That means 2 get printed. Then 0 comma 3. Then 3 got printed. Like that it continued till 5. Then after 5, what happened? The loop got completed. Then it will go to the parent loop. 0 to 1. So what is the value of r now? 1. So the next, while it is printing, it will become 1 comma 0. So 1 comma 0 means what? 6. 6 got printed. Like that the loop continues and printed everything. This is the nested loop, concept of the nested loop. Try it out and comment in the comment section of the video. To make it more dynamic, instead of writing 1 here, what I will do, I'll replace the 1 with table.getLength. The previous video we have learned this, get length, and here I'm going to use a parenthesis. Because it is row, I'll use 0, and instead of 4 writing a fixed value, I will make it more dynamic. Instead of hard coding, and for columns I'll give it as 1. Even when you write like this and run the code, all you have to do when you say get length, you have to minus 1 because the output will become 2, right? So you have to do minus 1, and here also you have to do minus 1. That's all. Now this has become very dynamic. Now if I run it, you can see it got printed. Let's say I'm going to change the column values also. 9. So I'm putting some random numbers. And if I run it, so your code can work for anything. So you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 5, 9 it has printed. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 again it has printed 9. So your code is now more dynamic.